to serve our sovereign motherland. Thank you.
A round of applause again for Omolara Akimbola. That was very nice. Good morning, distinguished speakers, panelists, special guests, and business leaders. On behalf of Pastor Poju Oyemade, the senior pastor of the Covenant Nation Global, and the convener of the Platform Nigeria, the Platform Africa, and the Covenant Community Groups, would like to welcome you to this edition, the fourth edition of the Nigerian Economic Outlook 2026, powered by the Platform Nigeria. My name is Olumuyiwa Olusoyen, and together with Oluseyi Oluyede, we are honored to host and call this program today. And we are live on all the handles of the Platform Nigeria, on YouTube, on Instagram, on X, and on Facebook. And we are at the Covenant Place, Igomu, just beside the iconic National Arts Theatre in Lagos, Nigeria. If you are joining us from anywhere globally, you can join us on channels 420 on DSTV, GoTV channels 48, and on all the platforms of the Platform Nigeria, all the handles on X, on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Instagram. And as we go right into the program, we would like to have a lot of engagements during this session today. So we'll be asking WT Media to showcase the QR code for questions, and you'll also be seeing the QR codes for registration of the Covenant Community Groups. Kindly engage so that we can have a very brilliant sessions throughout the part of the program. Thank you again for coming.
Thank you very much, Olumuyiwa. And to get us right into the program, it's my honor to invite onto the podium for our welcome address the governor of the CEOs Group, Mrs. Dolapo Kukoyi. Please welcome on stage Mrs. Dolapo Kukoyi for our welcome address.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really great to see a full hall. Thank you. Thank you for making the time out this morning. Firstly, I would like to warmly welcome our distinguished keynote speakers, Mr. Austin Kere and Mr. Bismarck Orane, and our panelists, Mr. Ugodre Uguchukwu, Ms. Chinwe Egwin, and Mr. Yomi Olugbenru. Thank you for making out the time, and thank you for graciously choosing to share your wealth of knowledge and experience. Also want to welcome our special guests, captains of industry, fellow CEOs, business owners, executives, managers, and aspiring professionals. I want to say again, welcome to the 2026 Nigerian Economic Outlook. This event started in a very simple way. It started as a webinar amongst members of the CEOs community group, a group of CEOs who are in mid-sized, small-sized, large-sized companies who came together to basically, as a way to share experiences, and to build themselves up. It's part of the model for the community groups. And I joined about 5 years ago. And what we used to do was, at the time, professionals within our group would basically share in webinar style on Zoom what they thought lay ahead. So we do it in the last quarter of the year. And today we are deeply grateful to God for how He has honored that small seed that we started with and expanded His vision. What started as an internal knowledge sharing platform has now grown into a marketplace platform where we hope that we can collectively fulfill our mandate to be light in the marketplace and to create value through knowledge, through collaboration, and shared insight. We're especially grateful to Pastor Poju, the global pastor of the Covenant Nation and the Covenant platform, and our chair of the CEO's Covenant Community Group, Mrs. Oladinka Ayotunji, for their support in making this vision and this event a reality. Now, the theme of today's event is building with resilience in the Nigerian economic environment. We live in a time where businesses, nations, individuals are navigating unprecedented global headwinds, from geopolitical shifts to economic uncertainty and rapid technological change. And in a country like Nigeria, where the business environment is dynamic, is fast-paced, and it has become imperative for business leaders to build intentionally with purpose, sustainability, and resilience. Today's economic outlook is designed to give you insights from three powerful perspectives. First, from a business leader who has built a sustainable organization and truly walked the journey of resilience. He'll be sharing practical real-life lessons on building and sustaining businesses in Nigeria. The second perspective you will get today is from a renowned economist and an expert analyst who will help us understand where we are as an economy, where we are heading, and how businesses must prepare for what lies ahead. The third perspective you get today is from an exceptional expert panel, and a diverse one at that, who will provide strong practical analysis and real-world reactions, diverse sector perspectives, to help us translate the insights that we get into action, strategy for our organizations and our careers. I want you to encourage all of you today to listen both with your heads and with your hearts. Please engage, please connect, please ask questions, please share perspectives with each other or online. Because beyond these presentations, there's an incredible wealth of knowledge and experience and wisdom, even in this room. Finally, I would like to encourage those who may not have had the privilege of belonging to a strong, values-driven community, like I have, to consider doing so. What you see in this room today is the result of a group of people who chose to invest in growth, in learning, in accountability, and in each other. 5 years ago, I made that decision, and it remains one of the most instrumental decisions of my life. And I'm not just saying that because I'm standing here. Please don't do life alone. Join a community. Join one of the community groups. Leverage the power of synergy, because people grow together. They build stronger businesses, stronger institutions, and ultimately a stronger nation. Once again, you are most welcome to the 2026 Nigerian Economic Outlook. I wish you a very fruitful, insightful, and rewarding session today. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our governor, Mrs. Dolapo Kukoyi, for that opening address. So we are now at the beginning of the heart of the program, the keynote address. And the first keynote address presentation will be given by Mr. Austin Okere. Mr. Austin Okere is the founder of Computer Warehouse Group PLC, one of Africa's leading ICT solutions companies, and he currently serves as the founder and the CEO of the Also Leadership Academy. With decades of experience in navigating Nigeria's business landscape and building successful enterprises, Mr. Austin Okere has mentored a lot of next generation leaders. He brings invaluable experience and perspectives on resilience from the trenches of entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Austin Okere.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Please be seated. It's a pleasure to be here today. I have never been to the platform, and I'm very impressed with what I see. I'm hoping to come for the platform event. This is the CEO event. To be mentored by the plethora of great people that I've seen online coming to share on the platform. Today I'll be speaking about building with resilience, and I will be taking a lot from what we built at CWG PLC. I know you know us as Computer Warehouse Group, but you know IBM used to be International Business Machines, IBM, NCR was National Cash Register, NCR. So we now call ourselves as CWG PLC. But it doesn't matter. Computer Warehouse Group will do fine. We started in 1992, and why building with resilience resonates with me is that by 1993 we had the impasse, the June 12th election cancellation, and our young company was floating with no real prospects. Many companies died, and it is that resilience that we leverage on that I want to share with you today. So the outline will be in 5 places, and I'll try to fit it within the time. The CWG story is a story of audacity, a story of grit and belief, audacity to dream, grit to execute the dream, and believe in God to guide our steps. But you cannot ask God to guide your steps if you are not ready to move your feet. Without commitment, you will not start. And without consistency, you will not finish. So let me start with the challenges in emerging markets. We know them. We can choose to lament about them, or we can acknowledge them and find a way around them. Eventually they will be resolved, but we cannot wait until they are resolved before we do business. More often than not, people focus on this and they say, well, it's too risky. We can't do business here. Let me just jump and go and do work somewhere overseas. But in every opportunity, in every challenge, there's an opportunity. I also know that some of the things are quite an issue and need to be resolved. For instance, security. We just need to solve that security. I was sitting beside Bismarck, and we spoke about some of the things that dampen the progress we're making, like power. We really need to resolve power. But like I say, in every challenge, there's an opportunity. In fact, the Chinese use the same expression for challenge and opportunity. Challenge is written in Mandarin as door of opportunity. And that's the whole point about looking at that opportunity and creating a situation. Some of the challenges have been resolved. The multiple tax issue with the tax reform, we're hoping that that will be a thing of the past. The regional challenges in terms of barriers to trade with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, we believe that significantly will be resolved. And then you have a market of 1.3 billion people and $3.4 trillion. So let me talk about the entrepreneurial journey. I'm not so sure, yeah. So nobody said that the path to business will be smooth. I don't think that anybody has been on a business journey that is as smooth as that first diagram there. There are always ups and downs. But the headwinds are balanced by tailwinds. For instance, you can see a rope that will take you across. Focus on the solutions, and that's where you are going to see that you overcome the challenges. We say when you fall 7 times, stand up 8. So it's not going to be smooth, but with perseverance, we can create what we have dreamt of. And of course, the guidance of God. The question is, how do you build a company that stands the test of time in our environment? You know, the intellectual property rights are a bit weak and evolving. Competition is cutthroat. But you have to look at what you can create that the world of tomorrow will need. And I'll give you a simple example. Ask any woman. They have 2 shoes when they are going to the office. One to drive and one to look tall in the office. I mean, a common solution would be to create a sturdy shoe which is dainty enough with a retractable heel. So you're going to the office, you push in the heel, and you get to the office, you pull out the heel. This is a crude example of why innovation is not necessarily technology. Solve simple problems and create a business around it. So let me talk about CWG PLC. It's a fascinating story because it's a story that will be a beacon to people that are sitting here to say, if Austin O'Kerrick could do it, then I can do it. Sometimes when we hear about Apple and Amazon and so on, they seem so far removed that we feel it's not for me. But here is a story that could be your story, and your own story probably will be much better, much more impactful. For me, it's about impact. So what is our mantra? What is the mindset that makes you succeed? Well, the most important thing is to have a mindset of in spite of. Everybody is here on time, but we know there's traffic in Lagos. There are 2 people. One person says, because there's traffic, I couldn't make it on time. And the other one says, in spite of the traffic, here I am on time. And the mindset of in spite of is the one that really wins any day. So anytime you are tempted to use the phrase because of, substitute it with in spite of. We also treat everybody, sometimes we micromanage, we're scared, they'll steal from us. And so people behave in that same mentality in which you hold them. But in CWG, we treat everybody as an owner so that they look at the business in an ownership mindset. But you have to lead by example. If you're stealing from government, don't be surprised that your people will steal from you. If you're stealing from the company, you set up a small business, don't be surprised that they will also steal from you. So lead by example, and you can treat people with a mindset. As I said, we started the business in 1992. So let me start from there. I've broken that into the periods where we started. So this is 1992, a chunk of it. I've told you about the Dune Trust and what happened at the June 12th and what then we had to do. What kept us going, and I can tell you for free, is trust. It sounds innocuous, but there are 5 tailors. Where would you take your clothes to? The one you trust. You have an event on Sunday. The one says it will be ready on Saturday. The one says, Madam, Sunday will not be possible, so you take it somewhere else. But that's the one you take your next clothes to, because it told you that Sunday will not be possible. CWG used trust as a differentiation, and it gave our customers the confidence to trust us with more of their adjacent businesses. And that was a boom for us. We didn't have to go chasing business. People say, if you want a company that you can trust, go to CWG. So my first message is, do you trust yourself? Do you trust the company you have founded? That is the only way that the customers will trust you. That's the first one, trust. Let me go to the next chapter that covers from 2000 to 2003. And this was a period of rapid scaling in Nigeria. I don't know how many people were here during that time. I think OBJ had just won election in 1999. It was giddy days. Stock exchange was blowing. It was fantastic to be in Nigeria at that time. So we in technology, we benefited from something called Y2K. Maybe people are young, you may not know Y2K. They say planes will fall from the sky, banking will come to a standstill. So everybody was chasing technology companies to make us Y2K compliant. I'm not going to lie, we benefited a lot from that. So here we were, trying to make people Y2K compliant. But I think the thing that we saw during this period of significance, and look for those significant events to take advantage of them, was the telecoms boom. We had before that intercellular, multi-links, whatever. But now we had GSM. And God bless Ernest Ndukwe for that successful GSM launch in Nigeria. We had 90% penetration instead of just 400,000 lines for 200 million people. And many people will not know it, that a lot of the businesses, the unicorns and so on, are riding on this GSM technology and the technology boom. So whenever you think about fintech, your banks, always remember the foundation. And we took a big advantage of that opportunity as well. Let me roll forward to the years between 2004 and 2007. And those years were really rosy years. We had serious economic boom. For those that remember, there was something called bank consolidation in 2005. We had something like 87 banks, let me call them banklets. And it wasn't clear how they would withstand a stress test. And thanks to Governor Soludo, who then said, listen, let's deepen our banks, make them strong, and we'll collapse the 87 into 25. And that's also part of the advantages that CWG benefited from. And when I say advantages, forever and ever, these things will happen. Cycles of opportunity. Remember what I told you, the Chinese use the same word for opportunity and challenge. And we were, at that time, in 2000, we signed with a company in India called Infosys for a banking application called Finacle. And in that bank consolidation, banks were looking for new applications to make them salient. And we sold Finacle to almost, our first order for Finacle were to 3 banks. Oceanic Bank, Standard Trust Bank, and Comet Bank. 3 at a time. Each copy $250 million. Eventually, it became $10 million per copy. So that's a headwind. So those were the rosy years. And we went into ATMs as well. At that time, there were no ATMs. We signed with a company called Winkle. And from our ATM business, we were making $35 million per year. Of course, a private equity company took interest in us and invested in us called Orios Capital. The CWG was riding the storm. So we got noticed by World Economic Forum. I was invited to be on the World Economic Forum on the Global Agenda Council for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. But what was outstanding for me was that the CWG case became a case study at Columbia Business School in New York. They have so many African students, few African cases. So when they approached us and they wanted to write a case study about us, we said, yes, why not? They said, not so fast. They embedded the people in our company for 2 weeks, about half a dozen people visiting regulators, visiting our competition, visiting our customers, because those cases stand the test of time, and they don't want to hear after the case has been written, this company was crooked. So there's a very rigorous process. But I'm proud that we put Nigeria on the map. And if you go to Columbia today to do your MBA, there's a course called Foundations of Entrepreneurship, and the case for that is a CWG case study from Nigeria. But that was not the end. Another Ivy League you may know is MIT in Boston. So MIT also came calling, and they wanted to write a case on CWG. And I'm like, gosh, is there something these people are seeing that we're not seeing? But they went even further because they were sponsored by the MasterCard Foundation. So they wrote a case study, but they also did a video case study, which is on YouTube. Look for it. It's very interesting. And I think that sometimes we chase clout. No. Do what you need to do, and clout will follow you. But when you chase clout, it's like chasing a butterfly. Be clear about the offer of your business to the community, to your customers, and be the best at it, and clout will follow you. Let me roll to the years of 2008 to 2010. You know, it's never smooth all the way. So this was where there were severe macroeconomic shocks. I don't know who remembers what we call the prime, what is property prime, whatever that happened in America. Subprime. Somebody, Bismarck, I know you know this one. Subprime. I mean, it was a shock. It was a shock. I've never felt so stressed. Our business had not come close to dying at this time. It was not only Pep that was holding his head. All of us were holding our head in CWG. But what happened? The good thing is, because private equity was looking at us, at the time of our need, Orios Capital injected $10 million into our company for 17%. And that was key in keeping us going. Why do I say it was key? Because the ATM business, of which we're making $35 million per year, when the Emir, governor of Central Bank, abolished or banned ATMs outside bank branches, we had container loads of ATM warehouses, and the banks canceled their orders because they didn't know where they're going to put them. I agree that the ATMs in public places were a nuisance, but I think that there could have been a different way of doing it. And our ATMs were stranded. And in order to come back to what to do, that money helped us. We then changed the business strategy. Always look for the opportunity in the challenge. Instead of selling ATMs, we started giving the ATMs as a service to banks, because eventually the ban was rescinded, and we're sharing transactions with the banks. It was much more profitable than selling the ATMs, but we would not have known that. And then we said, okay, great, we've learned our lesson, let's diversify. So we diversified products, we went into hardware, software, communications. We diversified geography, we did Ghana, Nigeria, Uganda, Cameroon. And we said, well, but we need a liaison office for international correspondence. So we started our Dubai office, and we diversified sector. We went into oil and gas, telecoms, and banking. Because there's no way all this would tank at the same time or float at the same time. So challenges were there. There were even more challenges. If I go to the years 2011 to 2012, there was serious technology disruption. This was when fiber was coming into Nigeria. And I had something called VSAT, very small aperture terminals. I had a big network operating center in Lekki. And out of the 25 banks, 23 were riding on our VSAT. In fact, it was so good, we were making $4 million per year in profit, only on VSAT. And then fiber came. For those that have ever used VSAT, if you use fiber, you never use VSAT again. You know, when it rains, your DSTV goes down. Similar with VSAT KU band. C band, the rain will not take it down, very expensive. So again, I was stranded. We're stranded, but remember, we're diversified our business. So it's one particular box of business. From making $4 million profit per year, we started making $2 million loss per year. But we then now look for the opportunity in the challenge. The company that was taking our customers was MTN. So I went to MTN and I said, why are you stressing? I will give you these customers by, just don't even stress. The only thing, let's share revenue. So I'll do the support. You take 80%, I'll take 20%. And then we became what we call virtual network operator to MTN. We also use our hub in Lekki for what we call they're trying to do broadcasting from white spaces. So there are challenges, but always look for the opportunity in the challenges. Let me jump to 2013. Sorry, I'm going very fast because I'm told that we need to finish quickly. 2013 is when we listed our shares on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, a week before Twitter listed. We're still there. Twitter is gone. X has taken over. So we played the long game. And I'm talking about listing from two sides of my mouth. It's not for every company. You need to determine whether this is for you. But for a company which is looking at sustainability and unlocking value, I think it's one of the most viable ways of doing that. I mean, you'll see in a minute why. But it gives you liquidity. You go to the exchange, you sell your shares if you want, you can buy, other people can buy and sell. The prices go up or down based on your performance. It's like walking naked in the marketplace. So if you have things to hide, maybe listing is not for you. And in that same 2013, if you look at what we did, I started the business with $35,000 in 1992. $35,000. When we listed, it was $90 million valuation, which means that the returns is 2,500 times. So, Yomi, if you are putting $1,000 then, on the day of listing, it will be $2.5 million. But you didn't put in $1,000. I don't see your name on that list. But it's like that. That's the value you create. Creating this value is not just only for you. It's also for the community at large. So that's what has happened. If you look at the market, a lot of people that have bought CWG shares, they will tell you their story. The value is not only for us. Customers that are being served, suppliers we buy from, and people that benefit from the company. Sometimes you really need to give up to go up. You need to let go of your comfort zone and make some trade-offs. Explore new opportunities to create realities that are better than where you are coming from. These are some of the problems that hold us back. You always say yes, even when the answer is no. You're pleasing people. We always clutch off onto what we have, but by doing that, you cannot go further up. You need to be a bit more, look for significance. And then we're always looking at quarter to quarter to quarter. If you look at the Chinese, why they are successful is that they play the long game. They do something, they expect the result in 5 years, 10 years. In the American system, 3 quarters, they'll sack you. But we prefer the long game. So these are the trade-offs I made. And what was the result? So I got invited to the EY Entrepreneur of the Year. I was a finalist. I've told this story before. And we got noticed. I got invited to the World Economic Forum, to Columbia Business School. And I became an entrepreneur in residence at Columbia Business School. I go in summer, in spring, and in fall to teach the course of Foundations of Entrepreneurship with Professor Lowe. It's a badge that I wear with great pride. And sometimes people that have been through my class in Columbia will call and say, listen, I just listed my company and it's 2 billion valuation. I say, wow, teachers, you teach, and then. All right, so let me shift gears a little, leave computer warehouse or CWG case study, and come with some things that I think will help you. So I call it impact and responses. People react differently to impact. Sometimes when you are in that red environment, you just give up. This Nigeria is hard. Then you begin to devise shortcuts, begging people with all sorts of interesting stories. The stories are very innovative, but eventually you probably would have gone around begging everybody. In that red space, you really need to get out of the mindset of defeat. Think about in spite of. Do not lean on because of. If you do that, you get into the blue space. The blue space is the zone of fear. So I want to do something, but I lack confidence. And that confidence that you're lacking stems from a lack of critical and innovative thinking. You blame somebody, you can blame anybody. It doesn't change your circumstances. And then you might go to the yellow space. That is the space of learning. That is why you are here. What do I need to know to be better? And in that yellow space, you augment possibilities and create new realities. Yes, we honor the past, but we challenge the present in order to create the future. The space you really want to get into is the green space. That's the zone of growth. You refine your purpose. Sit back, reflect, refine your purpose. Set new goals. Not too big, but when you achieve, then you set other goals. And then execute relentlessly. I realize that our problem is execution. People set new goals. This 2026, my New Year resolution, I'll go to the gym, I'll lose weight. 1 week, they'll go to the gym. Second week, this night, if I miss it, nothing will happen. And once you start missing, then you start execute relentlessly. And that's how you are going to achieve those goals that you set. And then have an accountability. Do a check, an audit. How did I do today? How did I do last week? Could I have done anything better? Do that audit so that you have the course correct if things are not going in the right direction. But I think before you start this, there has to be a mindset shift, that transforms into the kind of progress and a future that you envision, for yourself. Like I say, the biggest threat to success is success itself. You cannot pretend to be hungry when you are not. So don't eat and be full. Leave some space. Be humble. Stay hungry and then stay humble. And then you see how the magic happens. Let's look at what then happens when you've been able to do that. Then you begin to look at the turns, what I talk about in the opportunities and the cycles of opportunity that came. I talked about Y2K, I talked about banking consolidation, and I talked about telecom boom. There will be other ones. Now we're talking about AI. And when those things happen, they shake the industry, and then you have new leaders. CWG was not always the leader in technology. I had technology companies when I started that I was really admiring. But whenever there's a shake, make sure that you come up on top, like the cream on top of the milk. And that comes from innovation. Think about innovation. It's like a train. If you are at the station waiting for the train, you can stand in front of the train, it will knock you down. You can remain on the platform, and it will leave you behind. You can get onto the train, and then you take a ride into sustainability. So some people say, social media is not for me, AI is not for me. Okay, the train will leave you now. If you learn AI, even if you don't like it, chances are that you keep your job and probably be taking other people's job instead of other people taking your job. Innovation is key to survival because we are comfortable with where we are. But you need to have branches to stretch, and that is like going beyond your comfort zone. Your roots ground you, but the branches help you to grow and reach new heights. And then the question, how do you build a company that stands the test of time? Well, I gave an example of the women's shoes, but you have to look at what the customer of tomorrow would need. There's a gentleman called I Show Speed. I didn't even know that that could be somebody's name. 10 years ago, nobody would have given him a second glance. But today, I Show Speed went to 20 countries. I saw him in Ghana, saw him in Nigeria. I'm told that he has 50 million followers. So it's not a joking matter. How he portrays you is how 50 million people will see you. So in Ghana, he was received, he was taken to cultural places, and after I Show Speed left Ghana, all the hotels are almost at occupancy. These are opportunities. Like I said, they'll keep coming. I mean, I wasn't in Nigeria when he came. Maybe you have to judge by yourself how the visit of I Show Speed helped or dishelped you. And the same with Nollywood, the same with Afrobeat. You know, these are areas that are innovative areas. They are not in the standard structure of what we knew as when we were growing up. Let me talk about innovation and disruption briefly, get into the roundup. So if you look in all those areas, there are homegrown technologies that have made it in those areas, whether it's agric, whether it's e-commerce, whether you can find yourself somewhere. And if that somewhere you want to find yourself is not there, create it and put it there, like Mr. I Show Speed. Please, you put Mr. in front of his name or it's just I Show Speed. Okay, all right. So look for where you can make a difference. Where do you see yourself in that value chain? All right, let me talk about positioning Africa to maximize the future. I'm told to use CWG as an example, and this is what we did. So in our mind, where we're going is to position Africa to maximize the future. What that vision means is Africa. So then you have to act in that manner. And that's why Nigeria is a continent on its own. I mean, I don't know what anybody else thinks. You can't group it with West Africa. 200 million. The next to him is 40 million. No. Nigeria is a continent on its own. So Nigeria is on its own. Then we started, yeah, you are that big. Then we started Ghana for West Africa to make sure that our footprints are there. Uganda for East Africa. Someone says, why not Kenya? Well, don't follow the crowd. Uganda, Idi Amin drove out all the Indians, so there's a gap. Kenya has a very strong Indian community. They have a very strong Indian community, so they are well served. You go there and compete. Since we've been to Uganda 15 years ago, today Uganda contributes 25% of CWG bottom line. Yeah. Cameroon for Central Africa and French speaking, and of course Dubai for international relations. So is it a fluke that we started with $35,000 and then we listed at 90 million? Well, we'll see in a minute. But I talked about impact. Whatever you're doing, if it's not impacting people, you are taking a walk in the park. So sometimes you say GDP is this, this is that, the other one is this. We have this reserve. What is the impact on the people? This is the most important thing, impact on people. What's the impact of CWG? Well, so far, we are contributing $2 billion annually to tax, building hospitals, providing schools, and 67% of banking transactions are done through CWG's Finacle core banking, because 23 of the 27 banks are on Finacle. Let's look at, in terms of empowering people with, so this is CWG as monitored by the Financial Times. In 1 year, CWG stock price has increased by 247%. What does it mean? If you put in 100K January last year, this year it will be 342K. If you put in 10 million, it will be 34.2 million. And if you put in 100 million, that same money will be $343 million. That is impact. That is impact. All right, so that's the end of CWG. Let me end by talk about what gives me satisfaction. CWG is a commercial journey. My cultural journey is what I call the Also Leadership Academy, or ALA. So giving back is to enable businesses and entrepreneurs so that they can grow their businesses and will have shared prosperity. Shared prosperity is better than just one person being rich all the time. We have 1,200 business people that have come to benefit, 45,000 following us on social media that benefit from our shares. I think the most important is that just yesterday we were finishing with the top people of Sterling Bank, and for me that's impact. Let me end by talking about what drives me. Somehow, we've gotten to a cult of worship, of money. We don't realize it. We worship billionaires. It's not billionaires we are worshiping, it's money. For me, I don't think that a billionaire is someone who has amassed $1 billion. No. I think that a billionaire should be someone who has positively, directly or indirectly impacted 1 billion people. So you can speak of Mother Teresa, you can speak of Nelson Mandela, you can speak of Martin Luther King. They do not have $1 billion, but everybody is inspired by, I have a dream. We have chosen this definition of a billionaire. And Forbes magazine is the one that is propagating it. Everybody's scrambling to be the richest man. How much land does a man need? 6 by 6 where they bury you. And with all your billions, you'll be the richest man in the cemetery. How many people did you impact? So let's talk about impact and end on impact. And I think that the most important thing about impact is that every little drop contributes. Do not wait until you can make a lake, every little block. And when you put these drops together, from your little, you get what becomes a mighty ocean. So these two people, Nancy and Tabitha, I met them at the IDP camp at St. Teresa's Catholic Church in the Archdiocese of Yola and adopted them. There's a shift already, you know. Yes, their location is probably not where it's ideal, but in the mind, these kids, the sky is their limit. And you can also do the same and change the life of a kid. If not you, then who? If not now, then when? And my last parting thought, 3 W's. For those that I've spoken to before, you know this already. The 3 W's for me that kept me grounded. One is way power. Whatever you do, make sure you are the best at it. If not the best, keep improving. And that speaks to your aptitude, competence. Then there is willpower. That is attitude. Where everybody says, Austin, give up. Convince yourself that it's time to give up before you give up. Most times, it's not time to give up. The light is at the end of that tunnel. And the last one is weight power. It speaks to patience. You plant cocoa, your neighbor plants corn. 3 months is harvesting his corn. Nothing on your cocoa. You go and cut everything down. And then you plant corn. You will not have anything from your cocoa for 5 years. But after that, it will feed you for life. Thank you very much.
Louder, please. The applause, louder for Mr. Okere. Thank you so much, sir, for those rich and insightful insights and the experience you've shared. Thank you so much.
Good. Okay.
The links of this paper will be shared very soon. Please, let's give him another round of applause. Let's give him a huge round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Okere. Do remember that we are live on Channels TV, channel 420, and Go TV. And remember to join us on all our various online platforms. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move to another dimension of this. We've heard from the entrepreneurial perspective. Now we're going to listen from the perspective of an economist. Our next keynote speaker is one of Nigeria's most respected economists and financial analysts. He is the managing director of and CEO of Financial Derivatives Limited, a leading economic and financial consulting firm, known for his incisive analysis of Nigeria's macroeconomic trends and his influential contributions to policy discourse. He has been a trusted voice guiding businesses and policymakers through Nigeria's complex economic landscape for over 3 decades. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, it's my pleasure to introduce and bring to the podium Mr. Bismarck Rewani, who will be speaking on Nigerian Economic Outlook, Building with Resilience, how businesses need to prepare. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you. Do you have the microphone? It's okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. It's a privilege and it's a pleasure, as well as an opportunity to have this platform to speak and share our perspectives this morning. I listened to Austin, and Austin did a good job in terms of breaking down what it is, what we call the micro. For every CWG group that succeeds, there are maybe hundreds that don't succeed. But the thing is that it's a success story that we must emulate. This economy is made up of individuals, made up of government, made up of investors, made up of manufacturers, and made up of survivors. So we're going to be talking this morning about a couple of things, if I made it right. The business environment in 2026, and I think Austin referred to the fact that in 2026 people made resolutions to go to the gym, and then after a week they didn't go to the gym. But 2026 is far gone. The reason why 2026 is far gone, and we are talking about 2026 in February, is simple. As we closed 2025, everything was going well. Then, of course, there were the bombs, Christmas Day bombs. Then there was a New Year present in Venezuela. And so we have a world that we describe as ever-changing times. If you're a marksman, you know that shooting a moving target is 16 times more difficult than a static target. But also, if you have two things moving at the same time, it is 16 to the power of 2. In other words, we have the world moving due to Trumponomics, but we also have the Nigerian and African economies moving at the same time. So if you are planning, you have to take all of those into consideration. Those who fail to plan are planned to fail. So today, we're going to be talking about this, variables, and I'm going to be, I think that's, Okay. So, what is the business environment going to be looking like in 2026 if you are a Nigerian? Firstly, you are in an economy which is $250 billion total output of goods and services. And it's broken down into 4 components. It's broken down into consumption, which is what all of us do. It's broken down also into investment, which is what CWG, Boa Foods, Dangote, Hayes Holdings, and others do. There's government, which also everything that government does, and government is federal government, state government, local government, agencies, MDAs. And then last but not the least is what we call net exports, which tells you how much we export versus how much we import. When you add all of that together, it gives you your GDP. If you divide that GDP by the number of people you have in Nigeria, 236 million, if we are correct, it gives you about $1,000 per head, $1,000 or $1,100 a head. But that could be deceptive in the sense that $1,100 per head means that all of us is divided equally. It means that we go there and Chinwe and Elijah Aliko have the same amount in their pocket, but that's not true. The reality is that, some are born great, some achieve greatness in the right lifetime, and some get greatness, are trusted with greatness. But the reality is that some are more equal than others. It means also that wherever you are, no matter who you are, you have the same income per head. But the reality is that whilst in Abuja, I'm told that the income per head is about $11,000. In Lagos, it's about $8,000. And in Maiduguri, it's about $700, based on the data you have. The reality is that there's GDP's total output, and the way it is shared, there's a differential between certain parts of the country and others, between certain industries and the others. And to put some context into what GDP means, that everything put together, the 236 million Nigerians have generated $250 billion this year. And 4 days ago, I think 5 days ago, Apple announced its Q4 earnings. Apple's Q4 earnings, that is for Q4 alone, was $199 billion. If you multiply that by 4, it gives you about $800 billion. And Apple attributed this mainly to the iPhone 17. I'm talking about innovation. Austin was talking about innovation. So the 236 million Nigerians, all of us put together, we generated $250 billion. The 150 to 200,000 employees of Apple in 1 quarter generated $200 billion. I've not added Meta, ChatGPT, and all that. But I'm saying that in terms of efficient use of capital, optimum use of revenue and technology, I want you to compare the two. Remember when WhatsApp was sold to Facebook? They had 49 employees and 49 of them, and they sold it for $19 billion at that time. So the macroeconomy is made up of companies, individuals, governments, net exports. And before we start patting ourselves on the back and go into self-isolation, we should realize, one, how efficient or sub-efficient, I don't want to use inefficient, we are. Austin asked me as I came up before then, okay, is the economy doing well? I said it's doing very well. However, there are factors that are moving upwards and there are factors that are moving downwards. So if you take the number of factors that are moving positively are more in number than the ones that are moving negatively. And he said, okay, what does that mean? I said, what it means is that there's numbers and there's momentum. The momentum and the gravity of those that are moving downwards are more than, that momentum is higher than the momentum of those that are moving upwards. So I explained it further. And this we had a half-a-minute discussion. I said, whilst telcos are probably moving forward aggressively, and manufacturers are moving forward aggressively, power supply is moving negatively. But the negative momentum of power supply is more than the positive momentum of those sectors that are moving positively. Therefore, in the end, the laws of gravity will apply. And in economics, at times we say we have the unbalanced growth theory that Soludo believed that if you energize the financial service sector, if you recapitalize and you put new regulations, the financial service industry, the banking industry will pull all the others in that direction and will succeed. But at the same time as it was doing that, there was the subprime crisis which was pulling in the other direction. So the banks raised money, there was also fictitious capital, but at the same time the sectors that were moving backwards actually moved. Therefore, net-net, we didn't see as much as we should have seen if everything was moving in the same direction. I think it's important to set some context here. Two is that I've broken down what the GDP means, but I want you to understand that there's a level of integration between our economy and the global economy. And I give you examples. In 1995, there was the the Southeast Asian crisis with Malaysia, Singapore, and others. Nigeria was under military rule. Nigeria didn't blink. The rest of the world suffered. By 1998, Nigeria had gone into 1999, had gone into civilian democracy, and we started getting integrated. In 1995, you heard of a crisis, it didn't affect you. In 1998, 1999, there was the technology .com boom, and we heard about it, but we didn't feel it. But by 2005, when Nigeria had mobile telephony, Nigeria had integrated, had raised additional capital. What happened in 2008, we thought we were still insulated from global shocks. But when the crisis of 2008 happened, it not only shook us, it almost obliterated Nigeria because of one thing. Lehman Brothers, Bear Stearns failed. Merrill Lynch had to be acquired by Bank of America. And the failure of the banking system due to the spillover of the subprime mortgage led to a complete loss of confidence in the US and the global financial markets. If not for that, there was no way that a black man would have become the president of the United States. John McCain was just coasting in until a major collapse. So the world, we had become more integrated. Our own economy went into a state of shock. the banking revolution and banking reform had to stagger. We had our stock market collapse, but luckily we had our pension reform at the same time and the technology reform. That helped us to overcome that. But then we learned our lessons from there and we went on all the way to 2009 and where we are today. Where we are today is 250 years ago that you had the American independence, 1776. 250 years ago was when Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations. And in The Wealth of Nations, he stated categorically the 4 canons of taxation. And 250 years later, we're still talking about tax reform. 250 years later, we're talking about the War of Independence was about no taxation without representation. And you can see that even in the National Assembly of Nigeria today, we're talking about what is the gazetted tax rules and all that. So it's interesting that 250 years, right? 2.5 centuries after, we're still talking about the same thing. So some things never change and some principles remain the same. Okay, so what do we have? Nigeria and its peers. If I can read it right, global credit ratings, look at Ghana, Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya. So South Africa excels with highest GCR score. Kenya is ease of doing business. Nigeria, ease of doing business signals policy volatility, and Ghana trails slightly in ranking. But one thing is clear, all of these economies, African economies and global economies, are moving and making a transition from command economies to market-driven economies, from the hidden hand to the invisible hand. The hidden hand is where you manipulate outcomes. Invisible hands are where market efficiency is. And policymakers are now saying that we intervene to bring about stability rather than intervene to create false outcomes. What does the business and consumer outlook for 2026, what is it? The overall consumer outlook is that consumer confidence is rising, suggesting optimism about the economy and potential increasing consumer activity, influenced by positive expectations about family income and financial situation. At the end of the day, it's consumers. Austin talked about consumers. Everybody talks, the consumer is king, technically speaking, right? But the consumer, if your policies are not right, consumers can be the slave. And that's why you have consumer protection. We've seen this lately when the Dangote refinery versus the importers, tank farms and all. What happened? The consumer became king. Price war between all of this. But at the end of the day, the market is the disciplinarian. If you read the papers yesterday, they said if nothing is done, we might be seeing petrol at 1,000 naira a liter soon. So, but that's not, competition will lead to efficiency, but what is the stability? And what is the business reality, operating reality in 2026? Whether we like it or not. All the way from independence to where we are today. There's one variable that has been constant, that has driven Nigeria and African countries in particular, the controlled exchange rate. And therefore, in all your business planning, you want to understand what kind of exchange rate mechanism is Nigeria adopting. The question everybody, what is the exchange rate? 1,500, 1,200? That's a number. But that number is a product of a system. So what you should be asking yourself, what system of exchange rate mechanism is the country adopting? Once you know it, then you can easily do your own calculation and trend it over time and see that the past will determine what the future is. So, resilience or non-resilience, resilience is the ability to look for internal power. Sources of competitive advantage are internal to the individual, internal to companies. And so what does resilience mean in this context? Resilience means ability to think, ability to align your thoughts with those of the policymakers, the government, the market, and the consumers, and position yourself to be competitive. Austin has told us a lot about pathways for sustaining growth of business. But the business opportunities that we see today, some of them are tied to expected downturns in activity, which is cyclical. There are business opportunities that are tied to, which are irrelevant, where the cycle is irrelevant to the cycle, or the cycle is irrelevant to you, which are called defensive stocks or defensive sectors, and those that are aligned in terms of the growth trajectory. Remember, when you look at why a country is not optimizing its resources, I said just now about power, but we also talked about logistics. Somebody said agric doesn't use power, so what is your relationship between the momentum of agric and the momentum of power? Unfortunately, whatever you produce agric has to be stored, and you need power in the refrigerators and freezers. If not, the onions goes bad very quickly, the tomatoes goes bad very quickly. So power can be a constraint to agric. The device that you use, you talked about MTN and Glo and Airtel, that device, if it's going to open so many applications, and you're going to use streaming, and you're going to be talking about high growth speed or all of it, you need power for those devices. If the power supply constraint is that much, and we are talking about almost 200 megawatts, 200 kilowatts per head in Nigeria, compared to 5,000 kilowatts per head in South Africa, about 2,000 in Kenya. So when you look at Nigeria is a big market with 236 million people, median age of 18, 19, but the public power supply or the grid collapses, collapsed 2 or 3 times already this year. And therefore, they are inefficient, fundamentally inefficient because of the power constraint, right? So I want you to look at the economy in that context, the macro, that we are 236 million people. We have very limited power supply. We have limited income. We have only $1,000 in our pockets compared to $85,000 in Singapore or $13,000 in China. So what is going to make this GDP go from $250 billion to $1.3 trillion over a 10-year period? How do we grow by 8 to 10 or 15% per annum? And what sectors are going to drive that growth? Number one, not in any particular order, the business opportunities, fintech and digital, because there's nothing you can do without fintech and digital. Oil and gas, very, very important. Agribusiness, if you don't feed people, and once you grow the food, then you can also export across. Light and heavy manufacturing. Heavy manufacturing is cement and steel, while light manufacturing are fast-moving consumer goods. Renewable energy, it is now clear, just like in Pakistan, that solar energy and renewable energy is cheaper and more cost-efficient today than fossil fuel. So whilst you begin to invest on power stations and thermal power stations, gas-fired, you must remember now that technology has moved, and the global environment in which China is dumping solar panels and also dumping renewable batteries at lower cost makes it almost inefficient to continue to invest in your normal fossil fuel. Solid minerals, again, look at the solid mineral map across Nigeria, and you see the effect of resource nationalism. It is not by coincidence that Nigeria found oil in 1958 in Oloibiri, and by 1966 there was already a war about seceding from Nigeria with the oil. So it's not a coincidence, right? Therefore, there's what we call resource nationalism and the crisis that comes with it. It's not by coincidence that the gold and diamonds in Liberia and Sierra Leone led to the crisis at ECOMOG. It's also not by coincidence that ISWAP and the solid mineral crisis in certain parts of northern Nigeria is also. So there's the discovery of resources, and there's also the crisis that comes with resource nationalism and the political instability that goes with it. If you read history, Latin America, why they call them the banana republics, it's all about the resource nationalism and narcotics trade. If you go to Central Africa and look at Democratic Republic of Congo, where the above the ground risk, which is political risk, is far in excess of the below the ground potential. DRC is probably the richest country in the world, but has known no peace, and probably will know no peace for a long time to come, because the resources are there. So when you look at the resource map of Nigeria and superimpose the poverty map into that, overlaid with the poverty map, and then look at the crisis and the hotspots, and look at the political evolution of Nigeria, you need to sit back and think of how these things happen. And then as we go into 2026, key things are what we must realize is that 2026 is going to be a year of three parts. One is January and February and early March. Very, very important. What's going to happen in January, we already know, the Winter Olympics, the AFCON, and so on. In February, we have the MPC meeting, and we have the Federal Open Market Committee, we have an OPEC meeting. So, in March, we have fasting, February 18th to March 18th, and then Easter, April 4 and 5. So everything is congested. We have a Q1 and early Q2 congestion, followed by an electoral timetable. You know, everybody's going back about the electoral amendment. So you have the Tax Act, you have the electoral amendment. All these things are being congested because, and the budget, right? The national budget. Because by April, latest end of April, all the congresses, all the conventions and others, candidates will have to be known. And if those candidates are known, the political process has started. Second part is political consolidation. And the third part of the year is campaign, campaign, campaign. But it's also happening, like in Japan, they have an election right now. The US midterm elections have virtually started, or the race for the midterm elections is on. The polls are out. So you have political competitiveness globally, political competitiveness regionally, and they're building up for it in Nigeria. What we are saying for businesses is that economic policy becomes secondary after April, May. Final investment decisions in businesses all have to be made latest by April, May. And then we ride it on until sometime next year. So, the reforms, policy change is different from reforms. Policy change is when you change policies. Reforms is when the institutions that execute it get reformed and things are different. So from a macroeconomic perspective, we look at policy change, we look at institutional reform, and we look at outcomes. And again, like we say, there's a difference between projections and predictions. Projections are forecast outcomes based on certain conditions and scenarios. Predictions are soothsaying and clairvoyance, like a palm reader who can tell you that the rain doctor can say it's going to rain or maybe it's not going to rain. So we are not interested in predictions, we are interested in projections. So what will the Nigerian economic environment, we've said the key variables that you're going to be looking at in 2026 are, number one, the exchange rate. Number two, the budget. Number three, the inflation normalization or disinflation. We're going to be looking at the deficit. We're going to be thinking about tax reform and also, to a large extent, gradual easing of policy rate aligned with inflation. There is this slide that tells you macroeconomic snapshot. When you look at 2005 and 2006, the growth rate in 2025 was 4%. The growth rate projected for 2026 is 4.4%. Monetary policy rate, initial part of the year, is 27%. We think it goes down somewhat to 26% and maybe to 25%, so we don't rush it too fast. Inflation rate, depending on what methodology you use, is showing about 15.15 for 2025, and it's showing about 12% or about 12 or 13% in 2026. The gross external reserves is about $47 billion now. We think that depending on where the price of oil is, it could go down marginally to $44 billion, but there can be some accretion. So we keep it on our own average projections are about $44 billion. The exchange rate as of 2025, official is 14.29, and the parallel was in 2026 is expected to depreciate marginally to 15.30, and we'll come back to that. The end of period, we think that the exchange rate stays stable towards the end of period because elections are in February 2027. Global oil price, the oil price, today the average for 2025 is about $60 or $62 a barrel. We think it goes down in 2026 to about $58 a barrel. Oil production remains about the same, 1.48, and stock market capitalization, depending on when Dangote lists, we could go from, it's 105 trillion naira now, it could go as high as 200 trillion naira. The trade balance as a percentage of GDP is 4.27. So synopsis, Nigeria's GDP is expected to grow at 4.4%, gradual policy rate, the first shot about 100 basis points in February, we hope. That's the projection. If inflation numbers come out on the 15th and show some improvement, then the doves will be more empowered. The exchange rate will trade between, right now it's appreciating quite rapidly and it's stable, and we see that appreciation continuing. And we've talked about gross external reserves and trade balance. Now, I've already explained what the growth is consumption driven, but it's going to be, the goal is to make it investment driven and government driven as well. We anticipate that Naira will, so we go to the big question about, one, the mechanism for determining the exchange rate. It's very clear. One, central bank believes in efficient market hypothesis. Two, that if inflation is well anchored, then the exchange rate will be more efficient. Also, if you allow inflows and outflows, especially foreign portfolio investment flows, and your interest rate inflation differential supports where you are, then all things being equal, the Naira should appreciate or remain stable at worst. So we go to the simple, one thing is happening, the gap between the parallel market and the official market has been widening, but that's an interim or temporary aberration. We think it stabilizes after a while, and that if the central bank notices that there are fundamental weaknesses, they will then adjust efficiently. There's no question about that. They know what they're doing. The next slide will show you why the Naira is convergent. When there's convergence between all the rates, that means the currency is not misaligned. And if it's not misaligned, it means there is stability. So, how do you work this out? And how do you compute this? We have a method, this can show you, if you take total money supply and divide it by external reserves and total exports, you get 1,334, which is a fair value. If you do the purchasing power parity, which takes the price of a basket in Nigeria divided by the price in New York, you get 1,256, which shows that it is 11% undervalued. And the official exchange rate is 1,390. You can see the difference between all of this is marginal, which means the currency is more aligned and nearer equilibrium than it will be. If any distortion happens, assuming that the price of oil falls to 55, some people say, and the price of gold goes up to $6,000, $7,000, the worst that will happen is that the currency loses a little bit of its value. You see what's happening in Britain because of the Epstein files. We're seeing the British pound now at 1.36. So, but if you look at the Nigerian currency against, the dollar has appreciated, right? The dollar actually depreciated about 11% year to date against a basket of currencies. So the Naira, even if you are constant against a depreciating currency, you may be losing. But if you look at the Naira to pound, the pound went as high as 2,200 or 2,100, and now it's about 1,985. So it means that the currency is stable, it's within the path, what we call the efficiency path, and that it's going to remain that way. Don't expect a massive appreciation in the currency because that will not make it competitive. The next item, impact of Naira alignment on businesses. The reality is that if you look at performance and corporate earnings, 2023-24, we had massive losses, and every guidance was the companies have lost because of foreign exchange translation. So, but we've been dealing with foreign exchange for the past 60 years as a country. How come in 2023, 2024, and 2023 and 2024, everybody is talking about exchange losses? You know why? Because almost all the companies are due to their parents in foreign currency. They are due to suppliers. And it was captured in the audited financials at the official rate. When the official rate now moved close to the parallel rate, they had to recognize those losses. Those are one-off things. And what did the companies do? They now domesticated their international obligations. And so in 2025, if you look at the results, all the companies, or most of the companies that reported exchange rate losses in 23, 22 are now reporting gains and operational profits. Their EBITDA is all positive, and therefore, it means that if you take away that exogenous shock from the system because they domesticated their debt and the exchange rate is managed efficiently like we now see, then those shocks are removed from the equation and those companies are more likely to produce efficiently and profitably. It is not to say that once the exchange rate is sorted, then every other thing happens. That is to assume that the only problem you had was exchange rate. There still are things, power, still issues of policy, somersault, multiple taxation, and so. But a big item was the exchange rate itself, and when that is solved, then the others we can deal with. So we anticipate a gradual reduction in interest rates, and the cost of borrowing is pretty high compared to other markets. But now we are beginning to see that change. But the risk you run is that if you bring down interest rates too sharply, then the exchange rate begins to suffer. And the last thing you want is to reverse yourself on that. So the fiscal deficit is a major issue. Fiscal deficit arises when you spend more than you earn. And then the way you fund it, we have been doing, Nigeria's governments, both state, federal, and local, have always been on a deficit spree. But how did we fund the deficit? You could fund it by issuing paper. You could fund it by actually having a supplementary budget where you reduce your expenditure. You could also fund it by ways and means, which is another way of printing money. Or you could fund it by actually raising additional bonds. What we've seen lately, we've gone away from the ways and means catastrophe of the past, and we are now trying to manage this much more efficiently with global best standards. In any case, your rating agencies will downgrade you if your deficit is running out of hand. The World Bank and the IMF also not endorse your programs if you are doing that inefficiently. So what do we expect? We expect, even if the deficit increases, it means that the amount of government borrowing will increase to capture it. There will be no ways and means, and neither will there be printing of money. The exchange rate and the autonomy and independence of the central bank will be guaranteed in our judgment. Any attempt to undermine the central bank in its execution of its mandate of price stability and soundness of the financial system will be counterproductive. So we think that that will continue. We also believe that even if, and we've run scenarios, even if the price of oil is to drop, which we think it will drop, why do we say it will drop? Because there are maybe 5 areas of conflict that will have a direct or indirect impact on the price of oil. One being Ukraine and Russia. I think some talks are going on. Some Russian general was shot about 2 days ago, and that becomes another fly in the ointment. So there's Ukraine, and there's Gaza, there's Venezuela, right? There's Yemen, and then, of course, there's Iran. So each of these theaters of war have an effect on global prices. And a betting man, we think that U.S. foreign policy is going to become more normal as we approach the midterm elections. We believe also that U.S. interest rates are going to be more normalized because it's clear that a new nominee for the Federal Reserve is there, but he is also is a product of a well-trained Stanford economist, Harvard-trained lawyer, but also husband of Jane Lauder, which the family that owns Estee Lauder Group. And therefore, there's old money, oil money, and borrowed money. So we think it ticks all the boxes. So to that extent, oil price normalization, because I do not think any of these things will explode again, because we are into the midterm election season. We think that interest rates in the US will not fall so sharply, maybe one more cut before the midterm elections, and will not come before May or June, which is too late to have an impact. The only thing that can happen is that the price of oil comes down so that the pump price of petrol in the US can help the electoral map for. So I think that's what we look at. And so we are prepared for the fact that if oil prices come down, it means that the price of petrol in Nigeria also reduce, even though our deficit increases, but the deficit will be contained by domestic borrowing. Therefore, let us assume that the price of petrol at the end of the year is about 900 naira to a liter, or let's say about 45 to 50 cents compared to $1.20 or $1.30 across the neighboring countries. We think now the AGOA has been signed, African Growth Opportunity Act, which allows exports from Africa into the United States. So all said and told, we 5 or 6 takeaways are that growth will be higher than what it was. 2, that corporate earnings will be higher, not all, but most corporate earnings. We think that sectors that are power dependent will have some challenges, but they already have alternative power supply. We think that the interest rates will decline marginally to support the disinflation trajectory, but the central bank is not going to be carried away by excessive thinking, excessive optimism. They'll be cautiously optimistic and go by what the data tells them. We think the hegemony of the dollar and the US in the global environment has reduced, so there'll be some de-dollarization, and you've already seen it happening in China, Brazil, India. So some of these things will never come back. We believe that technology will be driving the Nigerian economy, and we've seen it already, especially in the telcos and the fintech space. We've heard now that MTN is acquiring all the stake in IHS, which is the tower business. There's also the submarine cable, which they own significant interest there. And that's why in the last 2-3 days, one of the biggest drivers of stock market activity has been the telcos. So when you see an industry integrating and also at the same time consolidating, it means there's a lot of room for additional investment. Not the least being the impact of AI and the power supply innovation. So generally speaking, the data points to the fact that the economy is going to do better. The data points to the fact that the distribution of income distribution and insecurity is a major threat. Therefore, even if the data looks positive, people will not feel it. There's a lag between when the data looks positive and when the impact is felt. And if the impact is felt, whether it's going to be equitable and fair, because productivity without equity and fairness will lead to insecurity, and insecurity will undermine everything. So you've got to look at the total package. If the news about Nigeria is about what happened in Kwara, and not about the stocks that are doing better. So bad news moves faster than good news, especially if it's coming in a context of resource nationalism. So we need to deal with our security problem, not by just sending troops there, but ensuring that there's a Marshall Plan that deals with poverty, that the transfer of money from consumers to the government, that with subsidy are reverse taxes. Once you remove or reduce subsidies, you actually increase the amount of money in the government. But how the government spends it is a critical issue. So the efficiency of government expenditure, the fairness of government expenditure, the distribution of government expenditure and income, and more than anything else, the ability to read the tea leaves as to see whether the people are feeling the effect of these policies and reforms is very, very important. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Applause for Mr. Rewani again. Thank you very much, sir, for that thorough and brilliant economic presentation. We are honored to have you. Thank you very, very much, sir. Thank you very. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you very, very much, sir. We are honored to have you. We're going to switch up things up a bit. We are moving straight to the panel sessions because of the time. So we're going to bring in up our brilliant panelists, expert panelists in this new session. Before we finish the setup, we're going to announce again common housekeeping. We have engagement for all the participants online. Once again, this is the Nigerian Economic Outlook 2026, brought to you by the platform and the Covenant Community Groups, live at the Covenant Place, Igomu, right beside the iconic National Arts Theatre. We are live, and if you're joining us, you can watch on Channels TV or any of the handles of the platform Nigeria, on X, on Facebook, on YouTube, and on Instagram. And we want the questions to come in. We've been seeing a lot of traffic in that area, and that's good. You can also join the hashtag Nigerian Economic Outlook 2026, hashtag Building Resilience. Thank you very much. So to introduce the next segment, our AI-powered panelists, I'll bring up Shay. Shay, please.
Thank you very much, Muiwa. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move to what promises to be a dynamic and engaging panel discussion. Our panelists represent diverse sectors and bring varied expertise across economics, finance, taxation, capital markets. And together, they would explore critical topics, including emerging business opportunities, tax reforms, AI integration, export and globalization, gender inclusion, and navigating macroeconomic reforms and corporate governance. To moderate this important conversation is a distinguished finance professional, a CFA charter holder, chartered accountant, and associate partner with EY, with over 17 years of expertise in corporate finance and transactions advisory. She's also the chairman of the board of the Covenant Community Groups. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Mrs. Olayinka Oyetunji.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. To all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, sir, Mr. Austin Okere and Mr. Riwani, for the brilliant presentation. It's now time for our panel session. We have a panel session that is focused on Nigerian Economic Outlook, building with resilience, how businesses need to prepare. To unpack this session, we are privileged to have three outstanding experts bringing together deep macroeconomic, fiscal, and market perspectives. Our panelists bring a unique lens into how businesses can position in 2026 as they sit at the intersection of economic policy, market intelligence, and corporate strategy. So it's my pleasure to invite our first panelist, Ms. Chinwe Egwim, Chief Economist, World Economic Forum, Young Global Leader. Please let's give her a round of applause as she steps on the podium. Our second panelist is Mr. Ugodre Obichukwu, the founder and CEO of Nairametrics. Please let's give him a round of applause. The last but not the least is Mr. Yomi Olugbenro, partner and West Africa tax leader, Deloitte. Please let's give them a round of applause as they step on the podium. You're welcome, distinguished panelists. It's a pleasure to have you here. In the last 2 years, Nigeria has been on a journey of macroeconomic and fiscal policy reforms. And some of those reforms were the removal of oil subsidy, the liberalization and unification of the foreign exchange markets. We also saw some energy price adjustments, and of course, the general fiscal tax reforms. Now, we are in 2025, we saw some gains from those macroeconomic reforms. We saw that there was the lower MPR, inflation rate was also lower, there was increase in the FPI's foreign investment into Nigeria, there was an increase in foreign reserves. We also saw that investor confidence generally improved, and overall, we'll say that there was growth in GDP. Now, we expect that this growth will continue in 2026, provided that policy remains consistent and a few structural issues that all entrepreneurs will allude to, are fixed. And on top of the growth trajectory that we saw in 2025, it's also worthy of note that the World Bank commended Nigeria's bold reforms and how these reforms are being cited, as examples to other countries. We also saw recently that Nigeria was identified as one of the top 10 contributors to global real GDP. So now, on the basis of this, in 2026, we expect that the growth trajectory is going to continue, and the growth is going to be broad-based. However, as entrepreneurs step into 2026, the question is, how does this macroeconomic reform and how do these reforms generally, how do they translate to entrepreneurs actually building resilient businesses? What are those things that entrepreneurs need to prepare for? As CEOs, what are the strategic decisions that they need to take, given the fact that they are all working through, an economy that is going through reforms? And that is what this panel session is about to unpack. By the end of this session, we want our entrepreneurs, our business leaders, our CEOs to have clarity on the actionable things that they need to do, on also having practical foresight on what needs to be done so that they can, take advantage of the reforms that are happening in this economy. And we're going to start by asking you questions. We would also take questions from the audience. So if you are the audience here or you are online and you have any questions, please feel free to scan the QR code to drop your questions and we'll take them. So I'm going to start my first question and I will drive it to Ms. Egwin. Ms. Egwin, my question is this. As a chief economist and based on macroeconomic context, should CEOs be thinking about recovery and expansion, or should they focus primarily on strengthening balance sheets and resilience? What do you think?
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay. First of all, thank you so much to the organizers for the invitation. And thank you so much to the keynote speakers, because they did touch upon some of the things that I would be highlighting in this conversation. Your question is, do I think CEOs should focus on recovery, expansion, what's the third? And resilience. Okay. So 2026 is really a year that I would refer to as structured growth as opposed to fragile recovery. And Mr. Riwani in his presentation did share some views that I align with. Consensus forecast is really pointing towards mid 4% for GDP growth year on year. And if I open up my projection snapshot, you would see it in a scenario-based format. So that is what I would refer to as my base case scenario. But if we look into the optimistic, it probably would be higher. If we look into the pessimistic or the downturn view, it would be lower. So in a nutshell, my response to you is that CEOs should position for expansion, but with caution, okay? So we can't eliminate the possibility of macroeconomic shocks or disruptions. So yeah, that is my response.
Thank you very much, Ms. Egwe. Please, can we give her a round of applause? So what I hear you say is that CEOs should focus on expansion, but in a cautious manner. And I will then build on that and ask Mr. Obichukwu this question. that most times organizations building resilience, because she's talked about some of the volatilities that we should expect in the economy, and Mr. Ruweni also did that. But few actually operationalize it. So from your experience, what patterns are you seeing in companies that are actually coping best with volatility? What are they doing differently? So we are taking it from the fact that there is possibility for expansion, but what should we be doing differently as CEOs?
All right. Can you all hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for. Are we still in the morning? Afternoon. All right. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for having me. You know, I'm a CEO as well, so there's several CEOs here, and I'm sure you're all here because you want to be informed. And I think that would typically be the first thing that any CEO wants to do now, because you're in an economy that is rapidly changing. You're in an economy that is very well exposed to what is happening globally. So there's just so many things going on that affect you in your business, and you may not even know it. So in terms of what companies are doing, to build resilience, I think I'll probably start from a cost perspective. A lot of companies need to be very cost conscious in 2026. You've seen a lot of the flow from the structural reforms that we've had over the last 2 years essentially hit a lot of people, 2 years ago and last year. You've seen prices almost quadruple for a lot of people. So for organizations, 2026 is likely to be a stable year, but it would also be a year of two halves. So, and in those two halves, you also have different changes. So we're still in a period where interest rate is still likely going to remain high in the in the higher 20s. So for CEOs who are looking at borrowing, I don't think going to the banks might be a very good idea at the moment, because interest rate is still pretty sticky, except you have businesses that are so protected that no matter what you sell at whatever cost, people still buy it. So I think you have to be very interest rate sensitive. But for those that are looking at cash flow, companies that are CEOs that are looking at getting funding to hedge against high interest rates, you might be looking at a different kind of financing. We're seeing a lot of organizations go into commercial papers as some sort of funding because they can't get through the banks. So you're going to see more of that, even though we're seeing that at a very high scale, but you see that going down into the medium and smaller scale businesses. Companies that are also smarter with technology. There are a lot of companies that are studying AI and its impact on their business. I think you want to be very careful with how you adopt technology and understand which part of technological cost is replacing your entire cost breakdown, right? So are you using technology to increase your technology cost, or are you using it to reduce your human resource cost, or are you using it to essentially improve your efficiency? So I think those are the kind of things that businesses need to look at in terms of building the kind of resilient business that you want. And then lastly, customers are king always. So I think businesses that focus a lot on understanding what their customers need in 2026 are the ones that will be able to build the resilience that is required for this very volatile environment. So I'll just leave it there for now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Obichuku. Please, can we give him a round of applause? There are two things that you said I would like to pick on and discuss. One with Ms. Egwin, and the other is about technology. So my next question will be asking you about technology, automation, AI.
I got tax too.
And yeah, we have a tax man there. So tax man, please just give me a second. Let me ask you, because you mentioned, the first thing you mentioned is cost. And so I'm going to go delve down into inflation, for businesses. We saw that in when we started 2025, as of January, inflation was 24.2%. And by the end of December last year, 2025, was 15.15%. Now, the inflation reduction from 30-something that we had in 2024 prior years was because of the rebased GDP. So can you just briefly, unpack that methodology and what it means to CEOs? Because if a CEO has told us cost is what's, one of the things that you need to consider as a CEO, then inflation is something that we need to, just quickly unpack. If you can just talk about it in a minute, that would be good.
In a minute? Okay, I'll try my best. Let me begin by saying, or let me begin by separating measurement from reality. So you are correct. There was what that did was for the trend or for the headline inflation to come down significantly. But over the past weeks, I have run a few first level or first layer estimates to try to project into what 2026 would look like. And I do anticipate high base effects on the back of what my numbers are showing me. Now, I'm not sure if that would sustain all the way to the end of the year, but I do expect that at least the first few months we're going to see an upward tick, just based on the statistics, okay? And I think what I would say to business leaders and CEOs is to maybe lean back a bit from the headline inflation figures and look at the month-on-month. I think that the month-on-month will give better direction and guidance on how to, navigate inflation dynamics in the year ahead. And I also believe that the core inflation should also be drilled into. And why am I saying this? Because the core inflation obviously has a separation from food inflation. And with this new methodology, the weighting on the food rate was reduced. However, it's still high. So there should be attention given to core inflation when making your cost application plans for your businesses. And I would say the most importantly, what I've been discussing with corporates is to consider creating your own consumption basket in your company. Because, inflation figures are extremely important, but we must understand that they're averages. And the basket is made up of specific items. So you need to look inwards or look within to understand what products actually influence your own expense profile, right? And maybe consider creating your own internal, what shall I call it, inflation or consumer confidence index within your firm. And obviously use that to monitor what the National Bureau of Statistics is releasing. So you said 1 minute, I think I've gone over, yeah.
All right, thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for that response. Okay, so Mr. Olugbenro, I'm sure tax is something that is on everybody's minds, and especially because some of those reforms would be implemented this year or have started to be implemented. So we know that taxation is going to play a critical role in Nigeria's economy and determine some of the outcomes that we'll have at the end of 2026. So how do you think businesses should, start rethinking tax planning, compliance, and corporate structuring in a way that they are able to build resilience in 2026?
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you to the organizer for the invite. If you listen to the first two speakers, BJ and the first speech from Mr. Kerry, you keep those cycles and seasons, of changes that happen in the economy and how you could position. Sometimes there are disruptions, sometimes there are opportunities. I think this particular one is an opportunity for business because unlike in the past, when you talk tax reform, the default thinking is rates to be increased, government to get more from taxpayer. So you get to be a bit finicky, when you hear the word tax or tax reform. And that was part of the misconceptions that happened when this reform was being discussed. Quite a number of those who will benefit from it are those who are making noise about, not liking it. So I think it provides, as part of the key enablers, as part of the reform, whether it's Forex reform, whether it's the subsidy removal, and all that the government is trying to do to position the economy for the kind of growth. I think the tax reform is a critical pillar. And this is the way I can summarize how the reform was done. An analysis of the economy itself was done, knowing that ultimately governments still need revenue, all right, to continue to run the government. But at the same time, there is a significant proportion of the population that what they require is support and incentive for their business to really thrive. And so that analysis was done, and there is a demarcation into two groups. The group that requires incentive and support, whether as individual, because maybe they are in paid employment or they are self-employed, but they are really on the lower end of the spectrum, and they needed support. And then if you look at also businesses, same with those who are running business, there are many CEOs here whose businesses are still at that level where rather than cutting a check for the government, what they need is, subvention from the government, as it were. So those groups were grouped together, and you had incentive provided for them, either by way of personal income tax cuts or reduction in the taxes that they will pay as individual. And then for businesses, if you fall within that, group, which many people will have heard in the media, revenue number was used as a dividing line. If you are making 100 million naira and below in a year, you are seen as one of those that should still be supported. And so there was a tax incentive provided for that group of business owners and businesses, meaning you can plow back that money and invest in technology to either create efficiency, invest in technology to either upscale, what you're doing, but you have an opportunity to be able to have that cutback. And to the other group of those who, are seen as those who should be contributing, the reform then created a lot of enabler, removed a lot of the bottlenecks, all right? Whether it's the bottleneck of the process of payment or administration, how can we automate, how can we simplify, how can we harmonize the number of taxes? So all of those were done. So what businesses then need to do is to then see how to leverage those opportunity that has now been provided, right? It's not enough that the government say, SMEs will no longer pay income taxes. And that's significant. I mean, 100 million naira, it's probably above 70,000 US dollar. I mean, as much as we talk about the devaluation in currency, I think that is still a significant number. Even in the UK, I think the threshold for VAT registration is around 90,000 pounds, or thereabouts. So we're talking of something 50,000 pounds or thereabouts in Nigeria. So that's a significant number. So how do businesses then, first of all, think about this rebate as a seed of some sort, an incentive of some sort, and knowing that this ordinarily will have gone into paying government statutorily. What can I plug this to, that my business will have a direct benefit of the check that I'm not cutting to government. So government is essentially giving you, a check back that you can invest in technology, invest in, building the financial reporting structure, for your business. If before you cannot afford a simple, maybe accounting package that you could use to automate your operation. If before you couldn't afford For every 1 naira that you get, as revenue in your business, between 15 kobo and 20 kobo goes back to the government in one way or the other by way of taxes. It may not necessarily be your direct company's income tax, but do the math. If 7.5% is VAT, of your top line, or employee taxes for those who are liable to pay taxes, and withholding taxes for your vendor, company's income tax for you, and go on and so forth. Many of those taxes are not your burden, right? But if you don't pay adequate attention to them, you may end up, having to bear the burden and the liability that, your vendor, your customer, your employee should have been bearing. So it's about rethinking and making the tax function, strengthen the tax function in such a way that they can be an enabler for your business rather than the way they are seen as a residual activity and one nuisance unit that just deal with all that you don't want. It can be an enabler rather than the way it's currently been seen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lubenro. Okay, so what I hear you say is that companies should use the opportunity of the tax rebate and plow back the rebate back into their business, look for ways to maybe automate, maybe get some accounting software so that they are able to reduce their costs eventually. That's what I hear you say. And whilst you were speaking, you also did allude to some of the misconceptions that business owners have about this tax reform. I would come back to you on that. You mentioned one about everybody thinks, oh, I'm going to be paying more because there's a reform. So I'll come back to you so that you can tell us more about the misconceptions you've heard from businesses. But let me go back to Mr. Obichuku. So I want to ask you, you were talking about, automation, AI. What kind of technology can, SMEs adopt that it would not, be so financially overstretching? Because when people hear technology, AI, automation, they believe it's going to require a lot of capital investment. So what are those things that, CEOs that are SMEs can do to actually take benefit of technology without having to invest so much?
I mean, saying, okay, what kind of technology do you need in your business? I think what you need to look at is what aspect of your business today do you think is very inefficient? And it's not just inefficient, it's just expensive to run. So I give you an example. Let's assume you want to have reports regularly for maybe sales reports for your team, just so that you can even know how much revenue you're making and who your customers are, and you're finding it difficult to get that report. There's technology that can solve that for you at a very cheap cost. So that's the kind of technology you want to acquire. If the technology is even to just do your end of month and reports, financial reports, just to know whether you're profitable or not, or whether you're exposed to taxes or not, like you mentioned, there are software that can do that. Now, there's also software that can even help you. We're in a digital age where every business needs to be out there. So you're not in the business now where you just want to code yourself or hide yourself somewhere. So you want to take advantage of social media. You want to take advantage of digital media and all the benefit that comes with it. You probably don't have the skill set to design graphics or to design things. There are applications that can do these things very well now, and a lot of them are actually free online, especially if you're a business that doesn't require a lot of information. Of course, there's technology that can also help you with your manufacturing need, whether it is products that you manufacture that require some kind of tech. You can do that as well now. But the issue is also the cost of doing these things, and that's why I said at the end of the day, the businesses that we do very well this year are businesses that are able to identify their cost structures very well and understand the cost elements that they need to churn out, and the ones that are directly related to revenue growth. So if you have a cost element that you cannot align clearly to your top line, then that's the cost you want to just cut off completely from your entire business. So technology helps, but again, like I said, make sure that when you deploy technology in your business, at the end of the day, it's not increasing your cost, right? So any technology that you have, whether it's office tools or ChatGPT or whatever it is that you want to have in your business, if it does not lead, or you don't have a way of measuring productivity or output of that technology, then that's not the technology you want to have in your business.
Thank you very much. I like what you said. Technology should not increase your cost. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Okay, so Ms. Egwim, I'm coming back to you, and I mean, we're in Nigeria, but we're not insulated from geopolitical shifts. And as businesses operating in Nigeria as well, whatever happens in the world actually affects us, transmits to us through macroeconomic indices. So, in your opinion, what are the global themes that you think would affect, CEOs in 2026, that would shape what we should expect in 2026, and how should we position? And in addition to that, what are the regulatory or policy developments that you think CEOs need to prepare for in 2026 to build resilience?
Thanks. So you give me a double barrel question. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share the themes that came out of a recent Outlook report that collated views from different chief economists that are under the World Economic Forum. And I think I'll share about 5 of them. So the first is geo-economic fragmentation. The view is that would remain structural. So trade realignment is not temporary. And what does that mean for Nigerian CEOs? This really means that supply chain strategy needs to be at the forefront and not placed at the back burner. Diversification is no longer optional. It is now imperative. So firms must understand where demand corridors are shifting and where regulatory alignment matters more than just pricing. I think the second will be global growth, which we've touched upon during the keynote presentation, and also understanding that capital is becoming more selective as well. So growth is uneven across regions. That is not new. That is a trend we've been seeing for so long. Advanced economies growing in a sluggish rate, while emerging economies growing at a faster pace. And of course, Nigeria would fall under emerging. Capital is flowing towards jurisdictions, or expected to flow towards jurisdictions and companies or businesses that can demonstrate macro discipline, regulatory clarity, and institutional credibility as well. So for Nigerian CEOs, this should really reinforce the importance of governance, of FX discipline, transparent balance sheets as well. I think that the next one would be inflation. So expectations are a downward trend in inflation figures across different countries. Again, not uniformed. So inflation is gradually trending downwards, but central banks across these jurisdictions, we expect them to ease cautiously. So we did see what happened last week with the Federal Open Market Committee, waiting on the ECB, the Bank of England, Bank of China, and also that of Japan as well. So what does that mean? That suggests global liquidity will improve gradually. The other, which Ugo has mentioned already, is acceleration of artificial intelligence. And that's something that is very important, because most of the committees that I do sit in, I feel like the conversation isn't really pulling specific emerging economies, especially those in Africa. So advocating more for what AI means for a country like Nigeria and other African countries, so that we avoid the technology gap that we've seen with things like broadband penetration. So I think those are the top 5 that I'll mention. And in a nutshell, I would just say that first, productivity should remain at the forefront. Firms that do adopt AI-enabled processes will definitely be able to widen their cost and efficiency advantages. Second would be infrastructure opportunity. There will be rising demand for energy, for digital infrastructure, and secure financial systems as well. And also workforce strategy. We need to start thinking of how to reskill given the emergence of AI. The next question was around policies. Okay. The first, well, it's one of my favorite indicators, the monetary policy. So that's something I would advise business leaders to keep watching. Of course, current body language of the committee members is still that of inflation targeting, and the decisions are data dependent. So let's see how the next few inflation figures, read. That would impact the decision around what the policy rate would look like. But personally, I actually feel like the committee will remain its cautious stance. Easing will not come as quickly as reflected in Mr. Iwani's presentation. On the back of monetary policy and just FX policy continuation or consistency, I would say that CEOs should watch their liquidity management signals from the CBN, should watch FX market functioning under the NAFEM. And I have a thought on FX, sorry. I think last week we looked at what the composition of inflows in January looked like. And total inflows into the NAFEM window came in at about $30 billion. And when I look at the breakdown, FPIs accounted for over 50%, I think about 52% of the inflows. Non-oil exporters came in second, I believe, non-bank corporates and the CBN as well. But I'm highlighting this because that component of over 50% means that the exchange rate is still sensitive to mobile money, so hot money. So we need to be very cautious when we're making our planning or strategy around FX exposure because, again, with hot money, there are sensitivities around it. Again, this is a pre-election year as well, and these are things that do influence how inflows from that segment or investor segment come in. Other policies or reforms I believe should be at the forefront will be around energy and power sector because of how important those feed into business operational costs. Financial sector regulation and capital requirements as well, and definitely trade and industrial policy signals. So let me stop there.
Thank you very much. I saw your reaction when she mentioned power.
No, I just wanted
and
to,
infrastructure.
yeah, I wanted to chime.
Okay.
Yeah, on global shifts because I think it's. Can you hear me? Okay, I think it's a very important subject. So, I agreed everything she said, but just to put some perspective as well. So, as CEOs here, very important that we understand we're in a very, very new world and things are moving really fast, and we all need to understand what's going on. So, first of all, there is a jostle for global power. Some call it tripolar a world where you have Europe, you have US, you have China. Now that has potential impact on us here because as US is trying to dislocate from whether Europe or China, these countries are obviously going to be looking for new markets. And I'm sure a lot of you are not surprised that you're seeing mega malls being built now in Nigeria where you're seeing a lot of very cheap products being sold. So these things affect your businesses, whether you like it or not. So if you're exposed to that sector, you need to be very worried. Oil is also another important thing that you need to pay attention to because of what the US or what Trump is trying to do with Iran. So this could have potential impacts on crude oil prices. You saw Mr. Magurani's presentation where he said crude oil prices could be around $58, $62. Now, you have to also look at that vis-a-vis what our crude oil price benchmark is for the 2026 budget. So if you're a CEO here and you're not tracking this, like they say in Afrobeat, you're the long thing. So you have to track that very well. Then, of course, Ukraine and Russia, that's another key area. I'm sorry I'm passionate about this because I think as a CEO, it affects me a lot. So Ukraine, Russia is another area that you need to pay attention to because of what it means for food globally. What that war cost a few years ago, a lot of us are still getting out of it. So whether they solve that issue depends on how Trump feels and whether he's able to assuage Putin. So that could also potentially have an effect on crude oil prices. Also pay attention to climate change. We're in Lagos here, everybody is normal. You people haven't seen Harmattan since December. You think everything is okay. It's not okay for me. I don't know why that is happening, but climate change is obviously a problem. Some of the things I heard as well is that a lot of people who have been trying to ship things from the US into Nigeria, they face a lot of delays. That thing is not normal. It's also because of the heavy snow that they've had in the US. So that is something that CEOs need to pay attention to as you plan for the year. And of course, for those in the monetary side, the US Fed, a lot of people were expecting the US to cut rates, right? Because that has potential impact on everything that we do here in Nigeria. So if the US cut rates aggressively like Donald Trump wants, then the impression that we get is that could feed up on Nigeria, because you could then start to see a lot of foreign inflow into the country, and that could perhaps strengthen the exchange rate and get us to where maybe Bismarck put up there is about 128, which I really doubt, but I mean, who knows, right? So, and then pay attention as well to what is happening in the financial services world as well. We're seeing cryptocurrency tank. Everybody's a little worried because the crypto enthusiasts always thought crypto was some kind of hedge against any global shift or any global shake, but it appears that thinking is no longer there, and people rather are shifting more to commodities. So for those who may have bought gold maybe 2 years ago, a lot of them are probably smiling right now. So these are sort of things that you want to also start to pay attention to if you're a CEO, just the way Chinwe had also explained it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. So I'm going to pick from some of the things you said. As CEOs, you've mentioned a lot of things that we need to, pay attention to. And I will just look at it from us being competitive as a country, as CEOs. How do we produce competitively? One of it is, structural issues that we have, poor logistics, power challenges. Another thing that is key is cost of funding, which also affects our cost of production. And you mentioned it in your first speech. Now, MPR is currently 27%, and average interest rates is 30%, at least 30% and above. That is not competitive, for businesses to be able to borrow and produce in a sustainable manner. So, in your opinion, what kind of reforms have to happen for businesses, especially maybe sectors that are very important, to be able to access funding in a cheaper manner? What do you think?
I'll respond to that question. But first of all, I think there's nothing wrong. So funding or interest rates sometimes can be a bit confusing. So when we not good for borrowing, it's important to mention that it's usually not, it's particularly focused at businesses that need long-term finance. So let's assume you want to invest in a project that will probably take you 3, 4, 5 years before you start to make money out of it. Then an interest rate of 30% just doesn't work, especially if it's even worse if you're competing with somebody who has way, way, way cheaper interest rate, right? Then that person can just undercut you with pricing. However, but if you're in the business where you just need short-term funding, maybe 1 month to just finance an LPO or just to give you some kind of working capital, or 2, 3 months, I'm not sure that it's too much of a challenge, right? I mean, you always want a lower interest rate, but interest rate 3, 4% per month, a lot of businesses can always get around that. So important to understand that that won't be a challenge from an interest rate perspective. But in terms of monetary policy, I think we all believe interest rate cuts would happen this year. So businesses should look forward to lower interest rates down the line. But one major change that I expect to happen this year, and if it doesn't happen this year, it's really going to affect growth. Even this 4% growth that we're seeing might be difficult to get, and that is credit. See, Nigerian economy has changed drastically over the last 2 years, and I think a lot of us still don't understand this sort of change that has happened. Like, complete fabric of the economy is changed. There's no longer subsidy. Exchange rate is priced mark to market. The economy, in fact, if you talk to people who export, they will tell you that their export products are even more competitive in the export market now than ever before. So things have changed. So everything is basically priced the way it probably should be priced, right? So what tends to happen in economics, in economies like that, is credit now comes in. So in the West, whether it's the US or UK or Europe or wherever, they're able to survive at the sort of market-driven economy that they have because they all have access to one form of consumer credit. So it's either you have credit to pay for your school, or you have credit to buy a car. Nobody buys car, with the full amount of money. You just, pay over a period of time. You have credit for nearly everything. So personally, I always think the next phase, the next jolt the economy needs is consumer credit. And there are a number of things that the current government is doing around that. But it's still scary to find out. I just found out recently as well that today, something as important as the credit bureau, right, which is one of those pillars that you need to have a very solid consumer economy. Creditors or lenders, for example, if I lend money to Chinwe and Chinwe pays back, this is what I heard. Someone told me this, somebody in this industry, and Chinwe pays me back. I will not report Chinwe in the credit bureau as somebody who pays. Why? Because I don't want the next banker or the next lender to know that this person has a very good credit rating. Because if he knows he has a very good rating, then they'll go and lend to her. Now, it will shock you to know that it's also the same for reverse. So if she has a bad credit, I would also not register her in the credit bureau. Because if I register her in the credit bureau, then he won't know that she has a bad credit, because I want him to lend to her so that he also take loss. So it's just, that's what I was saying, and I'm like, this is wild. Meanwhile, the credit bureau, the whole idea of the credit bureau is you want to see everyone's credit in a register, because that it's a moral disciplinary factor itself, right? Because once you know that you have very poor credit rating, then you know that you can never tap finance in any economy. So while some of these reforms exist, human nature, the Nigerian nature still kicks in. But personally, I do think that structurally what needs to change is consumer credit. If we don't have that in the economy this year, at most 2027, it's going to be a very, 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 very rough 2028, 2029 for a lot of Nigerians. Let's not make mistakes about it. The reforms are great, but people are really in abject poverty. And the only way you can get them out is through some kind of credit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olugbenro. So let's start with the, some of the misconceptions that you've seen. You mentioned one briefly. If you could just tell us a few more, and then I'll ask you, my second question.
Right. So I started off with the misconception of people not understanding, what the reform is all about. And I think that was a very fundamental misconception, because at the time when people needed to contribute to what more needed to change, what more needed to be reformed, people were talking about, this is not the time to talk about tax, because they totally misunderstood what it was all about. And then we got over that. Now, I think some of the other misconceptions we've had, so when we talk about the rebate for business, for example, I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about who benefits, right? Or what type of business is it for? Depending on how you structured your business. If you are running a business that is registered, let's say, for example, as a business name or an enterprise, legally, you do not have a separate legal entity. You are essentially trading in that name. So it's you carrying on business. The kind of tax status that you will bear, or the benefit you will enjoy, or the exposure you will have, will be provision relating to taxation of individuals. And I think it's very important. You need to have a company, a limited liability company, that pay tax in its name as a separate entity for you to be able to talk about this 100 million naira tax exemption for business. So if you're trading in your name, or you register an enterprise, you will still be answerable to the state internal revenue services wherever you are, because it is personal income tax that type of business will pay. You will pay tax in your own personal name. So that misunderstanding, or that clarity needs to be there. And it's not complex, it's not complicated at all to have your business registered as a limited liability company. And once the revenue threshold is within that which the law says, you're not only covered from company's income tax, all the challenges with VAT, you no longer think about it. Many of the expenses that if you're trading in your personal name, it may be a tussle between you and the revenue authority to be able to separate between your personal expenses and business expenses. There's a lot more discipline, that will come in when you are running a company. And so you can more clearly separate between business expense and your own. So that's important. Now, I think the other, maybe 2 or 3 other, there's this, funny cruise, that we had on social media then about, if you have to pay personal income taxes, you can explain all your income away by narration, right? Just say it's a gift, just say it's repayment of loan. That's not entirely true. Narration is good if it's going to help you understand your business better, if it's going to help your accountants understand how to explain transactions, how to classify them better. It's going to be helpful if you are facing tax authority, but don't take it as a ticket to hide from revenue authority. It will be difficult for you to do that. It's not going to be your exemption from taxes just by explaining away real business transaction by just using narration. The other is that even though there are exemptions for business, when you are running business, you need to understand what are the various obligations that I have and which one does the exemption cover, right? If you are running a business and you are within revenue threshold, yes, you have income tax exemption. Yes, you're no longer required to do VAT, but your employees, for example, they need to be below the threshold that is exempt for tax for them to be tax-free. Otherwise, you have that obligation, right? If you are relating with vendors and with service provider, and there is need for you to withhold, and pay to the revenue authority so that it doesn't become your liability, you need to be mindful of it. You also need to understand that zero rate of tax or exemption from tax may not necessarily be that you do not have a filing obligation. I think that's also another misconception that people have. If the law says it is zero CIT for you, is a zero income tax for your businesses, you will still be required to submit your return as a company. If you don't, you may be attracting penalty, even though you do not have a substantive, amount of liability, to pay. So it's important that you understand where does it, affect me? Which one am I exempted from? Which one is it that tax has been zeroized, but I have an obligation to submit a return? And which one is it that I am both exempted from tax and I do not have a filing obligation, so that you don't incur unnecessary liability while running your business or get irritated when revenue authority then ask you questions.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for him. I particularly like your answer because you addressed 2 things, the misconceptions and then the compliance requirements. And so that would take me to my next question, and that's for you, Mr. Olubenro. One of the gains of 2025 was the fact that there was increased foreign investment into Nigeria. And that is one of the things that strengthened the currency. The Naira appreciated just because we're able to attract more. And of course, that's the follow-on from investor confidence. So I want you to, wearing that hat, looking at the tax reforms, do they align with international norms? And how do you see it, stimulating more investment into Nigeria in 2026?
No, very good question. Part of the objective that drove, the reform that we had, it's really to borrow from global best practices. Global best practices in terms of how are countries that are able to, get more money or get more taxes, but they don't attract, it doesn't come with all of the nuisance and all of the noise that we have. So we adopted that, or this reform adopted that. That's why you have the harmonization. That's why you have, trying to simplify. That's why you have trying to give rebate where it is necessary. That's why you have, trying to adopt technology. And so all that reform provide is for businesses to have clarity as to what is the tax consequence of this transaction. Am I exempted? Yes or no? If I am not exempted, what are the type of taxes or compliance obligation that I have? And, you might be underestimating the impact of that certainty. Most of the jurisdiction, when I maybe talk to my colleagues or talk to businesses that I work with, particularly people from outside of the country, I've never had conversations that borders on Nigeria being seen as having too high a tax rate. That's never been the issue, because most of the time our rates are, relatively competitive. Whether you look at it from companies income tax or the VAT or the CIT, we're very competitive. It is the lack of clarity. You're talking to one consultant and is able to articulate all the laws, and then someone else say, no, there was a particular, court judgment somewhere. Oh, there was a particular Finance Act amendment that impacted this. So all of those confusion has been taken away, and that's part of the reason why you are having that growing confidence in investors. You're having quite a lot of investment being driven into sectors that have now been demarcated as priority, because it's also part of the reform. Manufacturing, for example, and quite a lot of activities that government had already considered to be critical to the growth also have exemptions and incentives. And so the ability of anyone who is intending to commit funds to the market to have medium to long-term certainty as to what will be the consequence of this business in Nigeria, we believe will continue to instill confidence, and we expect to see a lot more flow of funds, not just short-term, but people committing to long-term projects in the country.
Thank you very much, and that's good to know. Please, a round of applause for him. We are going to be closing off this session soon because of time constraints, and I will soon be taking your closing remarks. Recommend, or you could choose this question: what does building with resilience truly mean for Nigeria businesses in 2026? So I'm going to start with closing remarks from Mr. Olugberu, but before we go there, I have a last question that I really need to ask Chinwe, and when I ask this question, you will understand why. So from research shows that companies with diverse leadership outperform their peers, yet you find women not well represented on C-suites and boards across businesses. So in your opinion, is gender inclusion, is it an issue of it's a cost center, or is it a resilient strategy? That's one. And what do you think can be done to actually practical steps to encourage gender diversity and inclusion in businesses? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. It definitely is not a cost center. It's a strategic lever, or something I would refer to as a performance lever. For companies that are able to diversify with regards to inclusion, they get the benefit of better quality when it comes to decision making. They're able to avoid specific blind spots that come with like a dominant view. I would also say that there's a business case in Nigeria and in specific African countries where women do account or influence a significant share of household consumption, and operate in meaningful segments of the small business economy. So getting perspectives from a leadership level, having women in that in the rooms is very much important. So if leadership teams, credit frameworks, product designing processes include perspectives from women, I guarantee you would see a difference or a shift. During my time or my tenure as an executive of WIMBIZ, which is Women in Management and Women in Management, Business and Public Service, I did run the research arm, and there were specific gender economic publications that were released and used as advocacy tools. Same as during my time as an executive at the Professional Women Bankers under the Chartered Institute of Bankers Nigeria. So in as much as we are advocating for more women in specific roles across the pipeline, whether it's the junior, whether it's mid, whether it's senior executive levels, I would share that there have been some feedback around scarcity of talent, of female talent to fill in specific roles. So I was very happy to hear the anchors at the beginning of this event say that students were logged into this. So I'm now saying to the students that are listening, would see this. So it's still the same thing I'm recycling right here. I would say one, make it measurable because there's still debates where business leaders feel like this is just a dialogue, right? So make it measurable, put in the women and create the key performing indicators that would allow for you to see what the difference looks like. So measurement metrics on in every level of leadership. Integrate it into capital allocation when discussing lending, procurement, and also investment decisions. We should integrate using what we call there's this 2x gender. I'm not sure if everyone is familiar with that, but I will not dive. It's very technical, so I won't dive into that. Protect leadership pipelines as well. I do joke that sometimes when you look at the leadership pipeline, it's I don't even know is it kwashoko? I can't remember, but it at the base it's so wide, in the middle is super thin, and then we're seeing it expand a bit at the top. So again, like pay attention and protect your leadership pipelines. Have empathy when leading, because that also contributes to understanding maybe the dynamics, the shifting dynamics on why you're seeing female talents, good talents exiting specific roles. And I think the last would be just embedding it in strategic planning discussions as well. I'm trying to talk fast because of the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for that. Okay, so let me take our closing remarks. I'll start from you, Mr. Olugbenro.
Right. I think looking at 2026, particularly from a fiscal or tax perspective, I would say the outlook looks, potentially rewarding. And part of the ways by which business could, be resilient, it's also to be able to, kick in or lock in opportunities where they exist, right? So your ability to respond, very quickly and to be able to extract, whatever benefit that is available. It won't be forever that a country will say this particular level of income, they will not pay taxes. It is given because that is what the macroeconomic realities, based on how individuals are feeling it, that's what it demands. So don't let it be like what Mr. Okere says, when after the Y2K or whether it's the bank recapitalization and all of that, it came and then it's gone, and it will be a different kind of scheme. So seek those opportunities very early. I will ask businesses to seek advice. I think people talk about cost of compliance or cost of hiring providers and all of that. So sometimes you look at it from cost of non-compliance, right? Or what you tend to lose by not knowing how much benefit is available there for you. Particularly if you are running a business that is already, within that scale that that within a short period of time, you might cross, on the other side. It's important that you build that platform and that infrastructure that enables you to run a business that looks at every angle of outflow from the business, not just from the operation and from your core business area, but even from the admin, even from the compliance obligation. All leakages, out of your business ultimately affect your bottom line as the owner of the business.
Thank you very much, Mr. Olugbenro. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Mr. Obichuku, your turn.
Okay, so, if you're a CEO here and just like some of us, and you're looking at 2026, I would say this is my parting shot. One, there are opportunities amidst challenges. I think Austin Okiri mentioned that. That thing is not a joke, it's real. A typical example, 3 years ago or so, we had that cash crunch where people couldn't access cash. was very difficult because of that cash policy. Who won? Money Point, isn't it? OPE. So whenever there are challenges, always look for opportunities. One of the biggest challenges most SMEs will have now is compliance, taxes. Everybody's worried about taxes. So if you're an accountant here and you've been suffering for years, it's not anybody's. You see, the opportunity is now on your hand. So it's up to you to seize that opportunity. Another thing I want to put forward is early movers. It's very important that you're an early mover and whatever industry that you find yourself in. When I say early mover, I'm not saying the first to take a loss. So timing is also very important, but early movers make sense. A typical example is interest rate. You've heard what the presentation have just depicted. Interest rate is likely to go down towards the end of this year. So what does it then mean? Isn't it better for you if you have loose cash to fix that money early and not then? So take advantage of cyclical opportunities when they pop up. Cost containment, I mentioned that already, so I'm not going to repeat that. And the other one is stakeholder management. When I saw the 2026 budget, I knew that wahala do, because you have a government that is running on a huge deficit, 23 billion fiscal deficit or thereabout, and I think they want to borrow 17, 18 billion. So what that means is that there's a gaping tax hole. There's a gaping hole that tax needs to fix. And so it is now more important that you engage all the stakeholders that affect your business. That's really the job of the CEO. So if it's not priority on your list, you want to put it as priority. Stakeholder management. Ask yourself, who are the stakeholders in my business? External stakeholders, that is, not just internal. So external stakeholders, including even the house opposite you, is a stakeholder in your business. Take that seriously. And then lastly, diversification. We're no longer in a business where we're no longer in an era where you just want to be on one business. You saw us going from one to the other, essentially diversifying. So you want to diversify your business. Either you're diversifying in terms of geography, or you're diversifying in terms of product. But treat that as a priority in 2026. That was my parting shot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. And the last but not the least, Ms. Egwim, can we have your closing remarks?
Okay, I would say operate with disciplined ambition. 2026 is not a year for hesitation. There are opportunities, growth opportunities across select segments, sectors. But let me touch on macro conditions. Number one would be that inflation may moderate, but not in a straight line. The second is that the FX market may be more stable. I'm intentional with my words. I'm saying me, but not immune to short-term swings. Global capital is available, as I said earlier, but it's very much selective now. Technology is accelerating, and productivity gaps are widening. So the CEOs, the business leaders who outperform will not be the most aggressive, and they will not be the most defensive. They will be the most intentional in this year.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her for that. Okay, so to summarize and to close this panel session, I would say that our discussion has shown that resilience is no longer defensive, it's a competitive strategy. In 2026, resilience is not an option, but a strategic requirement for businesses that want to succeed. The businesses that will win in 2026 are not those waiting for stability. Stability is gone. But those redesigning early, planning deliberately, managing risk intelligently, and incorporating diversity, investing boldly in technology, and also diversifying. As a CEO, a business leader, a decision maker, the question shouldn't be what will happen to the economy. The question should be how prepared is my organization for whatever happens next. On behalf of everyone here, we want to sincerely thank our panelists for the deep insights they've shared. Please, let's give them a round of applause as they return to their seats. Thank you, everyone, for listening, and thank you for sending in your questions.
We grow together, we heal together, hand in hand through every season. Covenant community group. One faith, one heart, one family.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Our panelists in the order they sat down. I would like to thank the moderator, Mrs. Olayinka Olatunji, CFA and financial advocate, chartered accountant, and associate partner at EY. We also like to thank Mrs. Egwin, who is a three-time chief economist and young global leader and global recognized economist, and also Mr. Yomi, Olugbenro, the West Africa tax leader at Deloitte. Thank you very much for your time on the panel session. We thank you for all the angles you came out, the questions and the perspective we got. While we're waiting for the setup for Mr. Okere and Mr. Bishop Burani, because we have a lot of questions for you, sir. Almost 200 questions from our audience. So there's no way we will leave this place if we don't attend to some of those questions. So we'll be bringing you up shortly to come and do some justice to those questions. While we're doing that, we'd just like to do some housekeeping again. We are live at the Common Place Igomu at the Nigerian Economic Outlook 2026, and we're also live on all the handles of the platform Nigeria, on Instagram, on Facebook, and on YouTube. I would also like to announce that somebody misplaced his car key, and if you have misplaced your car key, please go to the info desk and pick it up before we give it to somebody else to drive home. Please do that right now. So we'll be bringing up our distinguished keynote speaker once again. In order in which they spoke, I'd like to call on Mr. Austin Okere, the founder of Computer Warehouse Group PLC, to come up stage. And also following him closely is Mr. Bismarck Ruwane, the CEO of Financial Derivative Company Limited. Thank you very much, sir. Keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping, keep clapping. So we have a lot of questions for you, sirs. And it was a lot of tug of war to actually crystallize these questions to about 4. So pardon us, the audience, we will not be able to take all your 200 questions. We don't have that time. So we've looked at questions, and we'll look at those questions that are actually tied together and are very, very technical, that only these highly experienced business leaders and financial analysts and economists can take. So we'll take them one by one. The first question will go to Mr. Ruwane. Just a minute. Okay. So the first question for Mr. Ruwane is that Nigeria achieved significant microeconomic stabilization in 2025, with inflation dropping from 20.48% in January 2025 to below 15% by year end, after the GDP rebasing and foreign reserves reaching 45.4 billion. So the question is this: are the numbers reflecting the reality of Nigerians, when number of Nigerians living below the poverty level is about 60% of the population, according to the World Bank and the PwC? How can individuals and businesses translate the improved micro stability into tangible personal and operational strategic gains in 2026?
Data integrity is as good as data frequency and punctuality. It is true that depending on what methodology you use, when you rebase and you change your base year, the data that comes out is probably more accurate and more current because it reflects changing patterns. So one misconception is that because inflation has come down supposedly from 24 to 15, therefore the price of goods have come down from 24 to 15. What has happened is that if prices were increasing at 24% a year before, it's now increasing at 15% a year. So it doesn't mean that prices have actually come down. It only means that they are rising at a slower pace. Number one. Number two is that inflation expectations are more important than historical inflation. Because what has gone and gone forever, right? So that's the second understanding. Therefore, if you believe that the price of diesel or the price of petrol is going to reduce, then you probably buy less now, right? And that reduction in your demand will lead to a further pressure on the prices coming down. So that is one thing. if your inflation rate is higher than your growth rate, then there's an erosion of value, right? So what you need to focus on is that if we are growing at 4% and we're having inflation at 13 or 14, 15%, and we're having interest rates at 20 or 30%, there are some distortions, and that economy may not be in equilibrium. So what we should try to do is to ensure that one, our growth rate is optimized. Two, that our potential GDP, our real GDP is growing at a rate faster than the potential GDP. Three, that inflation expectations are realistic. In other words, anchored on reality based on what the policymakers, in this case, the central bank, say. And that the growth expectations are also real. There's no need having a pie in the sky, you know. So I think that's the. Then if you now factor this down into what does positive macroeconomic indicators mean to me, then that is where the transmission effect of policies to people, one, and how fairly and equitably distributed those opportunities are. The fact that your economy is growing fast does not mean that your economy is developed. So in Japan has a slow growth economy but highly developed. And therefore, you should pursue a development strategy, right? Which underpins and gives you growth over a period of time. So if you have a developed economy that is going fast, you are better off. But if you have an economy like in DRC or so, where you have fast growth, let us take examples, post-conflict economies in Rwanda and all these other countries have high growth rates because as the side effect or the knock-on effect of the reconstruction, development, and others. So what I'm trying to say is that we should be looking at our growth rate, looking at our development state, looking at how efficient the transmission mechanism is, and therefore you don't have pockets of massive inequalities. And I think the question also addressed that. And if you look at countries that have had high growth rates and high income inequality, the side effect of that is violence, kidnap and ransom, and other things. So you take Mexico, for example, you take South Africa, and those be two, Nigeria, where the income inequality is high. Also, the level of violence and dissatisfaction is high. So you must deal with it, one, ensuring growth, two, development state, three, equitable distribution of income, fairness. And part of the four canons of taxation, which was espoused by Adam Smith 250 years ago, was about certainty. Taxes must be certain, taxes must be easy to administer, taxes must be fair and equitable, that is progressive, and must be neutral in terms that it doesn't distort the allocation of resources. I think that way you understand it in context. The misconception that everything that is bad is because of policy, everything is bad is because of government, everything that is bad is because the consumer is suffering. No, you have to look at the entire package, right? And the reason why we have a democratic system, the reason why elections are not equal to democracy, it's free and fair election that gives you democracy, plural democracy. Efficient transmission mechanism so that everybody comes together. If anything goes wrong there in any of these items, then the consequences may be very short period between political misunderstandings and political violence.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause for him. A round of applause for Mr. Ruwani. Now, Now, going to Mr. Okere, the question for you, sir, is beyond the buzzwords, what are the actual governance plans? Or what do you think should be the actual governance plans for AI in Nigeria? Given that we need to make business sustainable and make sure that we adopt AI rapidly, what do you think should be the governance plans for AI in Nigeria? Thank you, sir.
Okay, yeah, there are a lot of buzzwords around AI, isn't it? Despite the buzzwords, first and foremost, let us try and understand what this is, and then we will decide how best to use it. So, when you look at large language models, they recognize patterns and they are consistently learning from big data. Big data is everything that has been so far published. You have the algorithms that can take that big data and structure it. So if I say Merry, what is likely to come after that? Christmas. If I say Happy New, what is likely to come? All of you are AI. That's how it works. It just looks at what has been written since time began. So the first one we did is a uni. I say Mary, the AI knows Christmas is coming. The second one is a dia. I say Happy New, it knows what is coming. But the AI has learned so much that if you tell the AI 23,000 things, it knows what comes later, the next one. That's why it can write a story for you. That's why it can make a movie for you, because all the knowledge that is available today, it has looked at the patterns and can map it. That's the first thing. The second thing is, what are the types of AI? So the first type is algorithmic. Many of you, when you're coming here, you used Google Maps. So that's one line of AI. It uses calculations to tell you a result. Then there's a second school of AI, which is neural. A neural AI is trying to mimic human behavior. For instance, self-driving cars. But when you are driving, you see a curb. The artificial intelligence is trying to educate himself the way you behave to also see that there's a curb, or that's a person and that is a goat. So if I need to hit one because of exigency, which should I hit? The AI sees two objects. Don't be surprised, it may just hit the person rather than the goat. The neural AI is where a lot of money is going into. The algorithmic AI is where you have predictability. You know that the answer is correct. Now, the neural AI is also based on data which you feed to it. And that data, it can be biased. If you keep feeding the AI the word criminal, and you keep showing it African or black faces, as far as it's concerned, that is the pattern. If you show the AI pictures of farming, flies in people's faces, kwashoko, and so on, as you always see on CNN whenever they mention Africa, as far as AI is concerned, that's the depiction of Africa. So now we understand. How do we want to use it? The best way to use AI, firstly, is modeling. So to say, how many schools, not do we need today in Igomu? No. We've been needing in 25 years in Igomu, that's modeling, based on all the indicators, social, macroeconomic, and so on and so forth. How many hospitals do we need? Policemen do we need? First. Secondly, you want to probably do is to use AI to improve upon something. So you write a mail but that mail is going international, and you are like, the idea is there, but just the syntax. You put it through ChatGPT and it will give you a refined version of that mail. And usually it's much better than the one which you wrote because it's referencing Charles Dickens, it's referencing Shakespeare. I don't know which Chinese writers are there. Therefore, it's going to be better. The way not to use AI is to give your brain to AI. In other words, to not to think at all. And that's what the companies that write these AI systems, Anthropic, ChatGPT, OpenAI, they are saying you can use it to generate that and the other one. You can even use it as agentic to book your flight and so on. Problem being what? You go, Bismarck talked about economics and so on. I could come and give Bismarck's speech, but I don't know anything about it. I just say I'm going to Gomu to talk about economics. This is the audience. Generate something for me. Generates beautiful PowerPoint. I present the PowerPoint, fantastic. Everybody claps. Oh yeah, Austin, sit down. Let's ask you a question. That's not the way to use AI, but that's the way many of us are using AI. And many of us are also using AI for physical enhancements. So you go on to social media, you want to befriend X or Y. Please do not believe the picture you see. Because when you see the person in person, it's like night and day. If we do not have fresh inputs for AI, then AI's learning is no longer going to be exponential. It's just going to be arithmetic. But the sad part is that we will become dumber and dumber.
A round of applause for Mr. Austin Okele, very brilliant. So we now know how to use AI properly. The next question, and the last from Mr. Ruwani, is what are the 2026 economic stress test results? And which key sectors will drive growth beyond standard GDP figures for Nigeria in 2026? I guess our audience wants to know the areas they should maximize their opportunities at looking at for 2026.
Yes, I try to differentiate between predictions and projections. I'm not a liar or somebody who tells you. I can also tell you that it will rain in July, which is obvious. Or that the Pope is Catholic. Now, what we want to say is that there are about 3 or 4 possible underlying assumptions to drive the Nigerian economy. Because 1, Nigerian economy is export commodity dependent. 2, the Nigerian economy is also dependent on foreign portfolio investments to a larger extent and foreign direct investment to a lesser extent. 3 is that the Nigerian power sector remains constrained and some things have to happen. And 4 is that Nigeria continues to have a food, hunger, poverty gap. So depending on which policies and which exogenous factors could address any of these things will lead to a different outcome. So if you sit down and you plan that this is what is going to happen based on some assumptions, and those assumptions change, then the outcome will change. So the Robert Knight in 1921 talked about the Knightian uncertainty, which drill down tell you that when the unknown unknowns are more than the known unknowns, then the people become extra prudent and get caught in paralysis. And let me explain that. So you do not know what the price of petrol is going to be, and yet you run a tricycle business, Keke Napep, and you priced yourself. Now all of a sudden, the price of petrol moves down sharply. I saw not a client at an event, and he said he had just lifted so many tankers of petrol from the refinery. The trucks, tankers had hardly left the expressway, and the price of petrol crashed. And he, by his own estimation, lost about 7 billion naira that day. So he told me that. I said, oh, what a shame. I said, but what of the times when you lifted petrol and on the way the price went up, you didn't complain and you didn't say that you gained so much. So that is the uncertainty factor that you have to build into your scenarios. So, but if you look at the different variables, the price fall to a point where and that's what's happening to the people that are growing maize today and sorghum. Cost of producing 1 ton of maize is probably maybe about 100,000 or 90,000. While the cost of importing a ton of maize is about 60,000. So people are importing it to put and so you say, oh, low inflation is good, but then the farmers are saying, wait a minute, I'm going out of business. So what kind of policies will intervene to protect you from those swings, right? We did it before. We had rice pyramids, which turned out to be rice hand grenades at the end of the day. So government policy is one thing that you must monitor, and you must advocate for policies to be business friendly. No advocacy, you end up getting the wrong outcomes. So in a nutshell, I keep on saying that the consensus of opinion, based on all that we can see, is that there will be growth of about 4 to 4.5%. Population growth rate is about 2.6%, which means that it's good. Consensus is that roads will be tolled and concessioned. If that happens, then you can get through the roads easily and the cost. Consensus of opinion is that the price of petrol in Nigeria, PMS, and diesel will be close to maybe 850, 900, and diesel about 1,100. At that rate, logistics costs and things can be managed, and transport fares. Consensus opinion is that if you use compressed natural gas vehicles, you'll be buying fuel at about 1/4 the price of the PMS equivalent. Therefore, even when you increase the price of fuel, it may not translate into an increase in transport fares, right? Consensus opinion is that the velocity of money in circulation will go above 1 quadrillion or 1.5 quadrillion. And at the velocity of circulation of money, which means it's going to be much faster, and that with that, it means that the payment and settlement system becomes more efficient. And you see that in the OPAs, money points, and others. So it is true that the economy is moving from a state of structural imperfection moving towards competitive, I don't want to use the word pure competition, moving in that direction, right? Becoming a more competitive economy. And every time that happens, the difference between your average revenue and your average costs begins to reduce, right? And more people will come into the various businesses you're in. And are the businesses that will do well, that are doing well from what we can see in the stock market, are those that are growing at a rate faster than their sector, growing faster than the rate of the economy, but also are selling price inelastic goods. So let's take it back. You see the flour mills are selling price inelastic goods to some extent, even though there are substitutes. The telco companies are selling price inelastic goods, and that's why you're seeing MTN shares, Airtel shares, and all of them. The cement companies are selling things which have related alternatives, and they are Dangote Cement, Boa Cement, Lafarge going. The refineries are producing goods that are inelastic, and therefore sales are up, revenues are up, EBITDA, no, so sales are revenue, but EBITDA is up, right, and profitability is up. And in the palm oil producers, Okomo, Presco, and so what we see is that if you are a big player in a fast-growing industry and your products are inelastic to a large extent, you continue to make money. An inelastic product, good example of inelastic products are salt. I don't care how much the price of salt drops. You are not going to start consuming salt as if, right? So, but that's one extreme, all right? Then elastic products are the ones that have substitutes and that you can exit very quickly. So you say, okay, fine. I go from rice to noodles or noodles to something else to pasta. So you begin to see those swings. So whatever you're doing and whatever business you're in, the three things that will drive your business is cost of power this year, the cost of money, which is interest rates, the cost of petrol, and finally, the exchange rate pass-through effect. If you can manage and project, I'm using the word project, efficiently, you are going to make money. Even if your intention was to lose money, you will make money.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Rewani. Consider cost of money, cost of power, and cost of forex exchange. Thank you very much. The last question on this Q&A for our distinguished keynote speakers goes to Mr. Austin Okere, and it's about building resilience as an entrepreneur. Just a minute. Okay. Research shows that over 9.5% of Nigerian SMEs fail within the first 5 years, and family businesses often struggle to survive the transition to second-generation leadership. What are the most common governance failures you have observed, sir? And how can business owners begin to address these failures, and even while they are still actively running their companies? Thank you, sir.
I think this field is governance. And governance is something that you have to be deliberate about. Because when you start a company, you are all powerful. You know, there's nobody you are reporting to. Even though some of your actions can sink the company, you are not likely to take those actions because this is what you say is your baby. Let's then say, what is the company? The company is something that exists on its own. It has a life of its own, but it's incapacitated. It can't walk, it can't talk, it can't think. So the life of the company is lived through the actions and behaviors of the directors. The directors in a structured company are appointed by shareholders to look after the affairs of the company. And then they appoint a managing director who has a management team. That's structure. So they know that nobody owns the company. If I ask you today who owns Guinness or who owns JP Morgan, nobody owns the company. You don't own your children. You give birth to your children. It doesn't mean you own them. They have a life of their own. But in their infancy, you can destroy them. You can give them drugs. You can show them unsightly things on your phone, and you destroy them. Or you can nurture them to become very successful and sustainable. Now, where does governance come in? You see, in the structured company, those that have existed from old have done so many transitions to different leadership. The governance structure is clear. This is how we do this. This is how we do that. This is how we accept and acknowledge innovation, and this is how you carry out the innovation. Now, Austin starts a company, he's all powerful, and then he brings his sons, Austin and Sons, and we have so many companies in Nigeria that are like that. But there's no check and balance. If I'm going to Dubai, I buy tickets, it's on the company, rather than paying myself a salary and using my salary to buy the ticket. Like I say, when you're looking after your own child, you will not take steps that will destroy the child. The problem comes when the owner or the so-called owner, the founder, bows out. Because he has not put any governance processes in place, the next person that comes did not have the pains of childbirth. He didn't suffer to build that company. But all those loopholes that you used to take advantage of are there. And you used to use them in moderation. He's going to go to town with those things. And because it doesn't matter that it's your child, I mean, Austin and Sons, they didn't have those painful childbirths. So they are going to go to town where you were managing business class. They will charter private jet. And before you know it, the wealth of the company is decreasing. If you are unfortunate to have invested with them, you can't even take your money out because there's no opportunity for liquidity. Now, if Austin's company is misbehaving, CWG is misbehaving, maybe they don't pay dividend for 3 years. You just go to the stock exchange, sell your shares, and then the company valuation will go down. They'll lend cents. Tomorrow, they'll pay dividend. You know. So at the end of the day, governance is about stewardship. Stewardship is about fairness. It's about responsibility. It's about accountability. And it's about what we call the business judgment rule. The business judgment rule says that whatever decision that I'm making on behalf of this company, that's the decision I would have made, even if it was myself. So I would have gone through all the due diligence. And it doesn't matter that that decision you made did not succeed, insofar as you went through a proper due diligence. Now, how many of us will put those stewardship principles into practice for our business? So my advice is young businesses, you say a board is expensive. Get an advisory board. You don't pay them. People that believe in you and want to know you and help you. They can be your sort of check and balance. You don't have to take the advice, but they will tell you. But it's important not to look at this company as my own. The founder of a company, I'm also advising you. See yourself as a mango tree. Because when the tree is young, it produces fruits. The fruits are getting bigger, they are ripe, they are nice, they are beautiful. But after a long time, the ripe fruit on the tree, it begins to rot, and it will rot and fall down. Some founders, it gets to a point where you need fresh energy, fresh ideas, and then fresh direction. But they continue to stay there like that overripe mango. And before you know it, the business has lost its value. Demand dies, the business dies. That's what I think.
Thank you. Please keep up. Okere and Mr. Bismarck Rwani for this brilliant question and answer session, which we're able to drill down to like 4 questions in total. Thank you very much. With this audience, we have come to the end of the question and answer sessions for our keynote speakers. But while you are still there, sir, we would like to express our appreciation to you for gracing this occasion with your brilliance and your understanding, your knowledge. So we would like to invite on stage, on behalf of Pastor Podju, our senior pastor and the convener of the platform, Africa and Nigeria, to present to you our keynote speakers, award plaques, just to show our appreciation for your contribution to the nation Nigeria in building resilience We are building resilience in the Nigerian Economic Environment in 2026. Thank you very much, sir. So, Mrs. Olayinka Oyetunji, the board chairman of the Covenant Community Groups, will be doing the honors. Thank you very much, madam. Madam Chairman, thank you very much. Also joined by the governor of the CEO Community Groups, Mrs. Dolapo Kukoyi. And we'll also be having quick camera sessions as they are given their plaques. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you very much, sir. Keep clapping. Thank you very much, sir. To the founder of Computer Warehouse Group PLC and the also Leadership Academy, Mr. Austin Okere, we are very, very grateful for honoring this event today and blessing us with your knowledge and wisdom. Thank you very much, sir. We are very grateful. Thank you very much, Mr. Austin Okere and Mr. Bismarck Rewani. We'll have quick pictures on stage to just wrap up this session for them. Photos, photos, photos. Those are wonderful looking plaques. Thank you very much, sirs. Thank you very much, sirs. Okay, so the next section of the vote of thanks and plaque presentation will go to our distinguished panelists that have graced the stage. And the first of them is our moderator, who also doubles as the chairman of the Covenant Community Groups. And the next person I'll be bringing on stage is Miss Egwim to come and receive our plaques. Please, Miss Egwim, can you come up stage? Thank you very much, madam. Followed by Mr. Ugodre Obichukwu, the founder and CEO of Nairametrics. Thank you very much for gracing this occasion. Thank you for your insights and the knowledge you shared with us. We are very, very, very grateful. Followed by Mr. Yomi Olugbenro, the West Africa tax leader at Deloitte and partner at Deloitte. You can also come on stage, sir. Thank you very much. I'll be having pictures after they've all received their plaques. Keep clapping, keep clapping. Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Ugodre Obichukwu. Please stay on stage so that we can have the group photo after all the plaques have been presented. A round of applause for Mr. Ugodre Obichukwu, the founder and CEO of Nairametrics. If you follow what he does online, you know he's a very brilliant analyst. Very, very brilliant analyst. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and the knowledge you shared with us. We are very, very grateful. And we hope that when we call you next time, you will be available for us. Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Yomi Olugbenro, the West Africa tax leader at Deloitte and partner at Deloitte. Thank you very much, sir, for the insight you shared on tax and other areas. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. Then to our board chair, Mrs. Olayinka Oyetunji, actually partner at EY Partner, and our board chair at the Covenant Community Groups. We thank you so very much, ma'am. Thank you for your energy, your support, everything you've done for the Covenant Community Groups. We are grateful. Thank you very much. Okay, now we'll move to the group photographs. Let's come together, all our guests. We'd like to invite, we'll take with the panelists first, then we'll kindly request that Mr. Austin Okere and Mr. Bismarck Rewani also join them for the complete photographs. We would like to invite some leaders of the CEO group to also join. I'll name you shortly. So we'll take this first. A round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much. So Mr. Austin Okere and Mr. Bismarck Rewani, please do us the honors. Thank you very much, sir. Please appreciate them once more. Appreciate once more. Mr. Benjamin, please join. And all the leaders of the CEO group, can you please join us on stage? Leaders of the CEO group in the hall, please join us on stage. for this group photo. Okay. Bola Ajayi, you know yourself. Please come up quickly.
I'd like to thank our shepherds, Pastor Poju Oyemade and Pastor Toyin Oyemade. Thank you for your support in the Covenant community groups. We are here because you support us. You know, you pray, you provide, and you lead, you guide. Thank you so much for everything that you do. If you are wondering what the Covenant community group is about, it's an opportunity for you to meet people, to network, to grow, to be mentored, and it is one of the community groups. We have over 50 that put this together. I'm sure you can all attest to the quality and the excellence that you have seen. If you would be interested in becoming a member of the community groups, it's just so easy. You just need to scan this barcode, complete the form, join a group, and in 2 minutes you'll be done. Registration closes tomorrow for the March 2026 semester. We have only one semester, which means if you miss this, it's a long thing. So please join the Covenant community group. Thank you so much for your time. Nothing to hurry to know. The essence why we've created this banquet style of event is so that you can meet people, you can network. Relationships are doors, so please make sure that you meet somebody, you network, you tell somebody about your business, and we wish you all the best. See you in 2027. Thank you.
Once again, a round of applause for our invited guests, keynote speaker.
Back to the studio here at the Covenant Place, Igomu. But perhaps I must say congratulations on perhaps the most educative 4 hours of your time right here in the year 2026, because it only just started. You must agree with me that everything you gained, I hope you gained at least one thing or two things or even 10 things that you would definitely be practicing starting Monday morning or even starting now, right? Depending on who was listening with you or sharing these thoughts with you. But as you know, I have my co-anchors in the studio, and we're just going to be taking some of the points that we heard across all the speakers. I told them already that I own the rights to Mr. Austin Okere's opening, keynote speech, which was just mind-blowing to me. The amount of opportunities all the way from 1992 to 2026, and you can see the map. In all this time, what you and I said about the Nigerian economy. Yet, there was somebody there riding, making, I was hearing millions of dollars in the 1990s. I was like, dear Lord, what happened, right? But I know you have a spin to that conversation as well.
Austin Okere's story was a brilliant, not often told Nigerian tale.
Right.
And I think Nigerians as a whole must start to give voice to his story. But for me, it begged the question of, did he know at the point in time what he was doing? Are we seeing the benefit of the hindsight story? But nevertheless, I took one strong lesson from him. The future will favor the brave. He always responded. The idea of doing nothing is not an option. And I think if you listen to him, some of his really proud moments with resident faculty at Columbia Business School, for instance, and MIT, is something he never saw coming. Right. And so riding that wave gave him more than he wished for. So the idea of no movement is not an option at all. You must always take a decision and take action.
Indeed, I really, really like that. Non-negotiable, you must move. Busiayo.
Well, again, for me, I think I picked the part. Two things. When he talked about intentionality, he said, so Nigeria, we should be proud that Nigeria on its own is a continent. When he talked about the parts where he looked about East Africa, everybody said go to Kenya. He said no, he wasn't following the crowd. He had an intentional thought behind not going there. And I saw somebody's chat feed when I went online, and one was a Ugandan saying, I'm proud to be a Ugandan at this moment. So he went to Uganda, where he saw no competition. And he was able to stand there. And from there, he's leading the East Hub. Then for West Africa, you would say Nigeria already West Africa, but he said no. Ghana was his choice. And from Ghana, he's springing, forth. Now, of course, Nigeria is there, and then Cameroon, and then Dubai for the international front. So you can see somebody who studies the globe, who looks at the entire picture and takes informed decisions. Then the second part about being a billionaire, and nobody should brag about being a billionaire if it's just in terms of money. So I'm speaking to the youth. It's not all just about money. What he said was that if you have not made an impact that has affected billions of lives, then you're not a billionaire. So whichever way you look at it, you need to shift the focus from the money to being a billionaire in terms of lives.
Can I just ride on a thought? Because I'm very big on this 40, over 40.
40 or 40s, 30s.
I'm being productive even in your older years. And in reading one of my favorite authors today, Bob Buford, in reading his book, Halftime and Beyond Halftime, which I talk about quite a bit, you see that the concept of the life continuum has shifted from struggle to success, which is what I think our young people look at. I just want to struggle, hustle, and make it. And he says, you know, you're going to get to this midlife where you realize that after success, there is significance and then there is surrender. And you can see Austin is clearly in significance, tending towards surrender. So truly, you haven't lived. You and I talk a lot about Abraham Maslow. Yeah. And you'll be interested to know that after Maslow died, they discovered additional work that he had done. Wow. So he had moved the peak from self-actualization to self-transcendence. Until your life is making meaning for others, you haven't really lived.
Right. That's a very powerful thing. Until your life is making meaning to others, you haven't really lived. And you know, I mean, from someone like Austin Okere, he has both the money and the impact to show for it. So, you know, you have to listen to something like that. Yeah. We had other speakers there as well. You know, let's go to the tax man. You know, who was clearly in a corner of his own, and they kept him there to answer all the tax questions. So, Busayo, tell us about Yomi Olugbenro.
Well, I think he has made it clear to all of us. If you assume that trying to get a tax expert is going to be expensive or going to be costly, then you should look at the other angle of not doing anything. Because if you choose to hide, you are going to, the taxman will come after you. And in the long run, it affects the bottom line that you thought you were trying to protect. So what the tax environment is saying right now, so that way you're not caught unawares, and you need somebody to handhold you. So whatever you do, don't try to hide from the taxman. What you should do is actually partner with the taxman and take a journey with them.
Very important advice. And this reminds me, I mean, this is a paid advert right now, if you like, about the Joseph Business School, Nigeria. The Joseph Business School is a partnership between the Covenant Nation and the Joseph Business School out of Chicago, Illinois. And we start what we call our Business Entrepreneurship Certificate Program. That's going to start in March. Now, you can still register for it. Just go on to jbsnigeria.com/BECP. That's jbsnigeria.com/BECP. Now, the reason I said that is because we have a module that is called Help for the Entrepreneur, which talks about, how to, use vendors and consultants like tax advisors. And what I tell them, one of the things, when we're opening is to explain that, look, as the business person, what you need is broad understanding of these reforms, but there are advisors that that are experts in this field that you need to get on board to support you in actually getting your books right, adjusting and making sure that your tax compliance is here and there. That's not your job. Your job, you are the brain, but there are people that are the fingers, the toes, and all of that. So if you want to learn more about that, that's definitely a school that you should sign up to. Is jbsnigeria.com/BECP. Classes start in March. All right, so you can still sign up for that right now. So talking about the advisors and hands, Ugo Dre came up with some of these under Chinwe Eguim as well. What I liked about them was that you may say that Bismarck is our senior Oga, but Ugo Dre, you were talking about how he was CFO at one of the discos, and Chinwe Eguim, just helping us appreciate, at say, let's call it middle manager level, if you like, what we need to do in terms of operating. Any thoughts around them?
Let me first go to
Olugbenro.
Because I just thought that he came with such a refreshing perspective. Right. I don't think that this is, we've all heard Taiwo Yedele, he was at the Economic Outlook last year. We've heard the things he said, the angles he's come from. I don't think anybody has quite come with the practical angle that Yemi has come with.
That is net positive.
Yes, that is net positive. And look, don't look at this money as free money. Make sure it's a windfall to take productive action. Right. And I thought that landed very well. Mr. Godre, maybe something I didn't expect was to see that dual hat. Yes, I'm a numbers guy.
But I'm the CEO as well. So I'm thinking.
If you know whatever you're doing, me too. I'm looking at those things and you have to get ready to start to react. But I liked when he highlighted how terrible it is. Who won with the issue of liquidity squeeze and, as it were, cash? And he said, did Money Point not win?
Right.
So we're in a season again when we're all probably complaining about one thing,
One thing or the
and
other.
he pointed out that, okay, tax is now here.
Yeah.
Everybody's complaining.
But they're going, who are the winners, who are the losers? Yeah.
So I love the practicality of the outlook today. It was very practical.
All right. Chinwe Egwem talked about this base case scenario, and she was trying to, although she didn't open us up to her notes, but she tried to explain that, look, at the 4.4 GDP growth and thereabout, that's probably for her base case scenario, that it could dip lower in terms of a worst case scenario, and then, of course, a best case scenario. So, but I want to connect her now to Bismarck Rewane, because, literally everybody said, Bismarck, just tell us what's the cheat, what's going to happen in this economy this year, and, at some point he had to say, look, I'm not
I'm not a prophet.
I'm not in that sense. But eventually he said some things, and I just want you to, just, speak to them. There was this, I like the combination of GDP and population growth. Yeah. Where he said, okay, you know what, consensus, he kept using that word, consensus estimates that GDP growth could go from about 4 to 4.5%, and then population growth at about 2.65%. So that, because, income in the sense, or the output of the economy is growing faster than population, that's a good thing. But then he went to diesel prices and petrol prices, that if 850 to 900 on petrol, but 1,000 to 1,100 on diesel, and then he put that to CNG, saying that in terms of energy costs, if you're a transporter, in that kind of business, that if you're able to plot these numbers in the right way, you can actually, even if you, this was what he said, even if you planned to lose money, that you may just actually see yourself gaining on that. What do you think, Mr.
Well, he's talking from experience, right? And anybody that listens to Bismarck, because I was trying to look at some of the snapshots when he was, I just started taking and looking at some of them. And one thing about him is like he said, he doesn't do prediction. His own is, this is probability, or rather, this is his own prognosis, right? And looking at what he said, now, I know now the exchange rate has dropped to about 1,390, 1,350 or something. But surprisingly, he's telling us it's going to land between 1.5 and 1.6. And yet, in the same breath, he was telling us that when you look at the numbers, you can see that it's converging currently, going downwards, which we were happy about. And yet, he's now telling us towards the end of the day, he's predicting, all right. But this is based on the data he has, and this is based on the information. Again, he's warned us, he's told us, anything that doesn't happen between now, or rather anything that you want to get done between now, must be done between now and Q3 or April, because from April, it's set. So anything after April, based on the elections, based on, and interestingly, you see, he was also tying it to the elections in America. He wasn't just focusing on Nigeria. So he has that global spin, and from it, he has been able to draw all these impressions.
That's a very, very important thing, to realize that Nigeria, as Austin Okere said, may be a continent, but we don't live in a bubble.
Yes.
And so don't just, get fixed. There are things, there are external shocks and external, variables that also impact on the Nigerian economy. So your ability to appreciate this context, it happens only in Outlook sessions like this, and that's why we're inviting you again to join one of the community groups here at the Covenant Nation. You do not have to be a member of the Covenant Nation to be part of the community group. In fact, fun fact,
Dolapo Okoye,
thank you,
the head of the CEO, the current governor of the CEO community group, who anchored, the session, she's not a member of the Covenant Nation. And from the minute she joined, because she said she joined 5 years ago, she's always, so every time we talked and we said, oh, we are doing this, she's like, okay, she's not doing it because she's not a member. And in that, she's risen to become the governor, because at that time she wasn't the governor. And yet, under her, see how well we've executed this. So being a member of the Covenant community groups where you are thinking, oh, our time zones don't work for you, the diaspora group has the time zone that would work for you. And like we've said, you don't have to be a professional. Forget that all of us are in suits and all that. We have those that, you know, are fully in traditional attire. So it cuts across entrepreneurs, everybody, sales, markets. The older folks
They
have community groups
as well. So if you have your parents, I mean, most of them are empty nesters, everybody's out of the house. It's a place to keep them engaged and stimulated.
Yeah, I think it's called the senior citizens.
The senior citizens, and they don't even follow the semester. And again, fun fact. So even though the semester starts in March, right, for 8 weeks, but such as the senior citizens, they actually continue meeting because now they've formed a new community. Not necessarily within the semester, at any point in time. So they support each other, they encourage each other, they lead each other, hold hands with each other. They definitely don't do life alone.
Indeed, and you've heard it also. These are opportunities that are brought to you by the Covenant Nation globally, the Covenant Community Groups, and the Joseph Business School.
Yes.
And the Joseph Business School Nigeria. So please feel free to sign up, tcncommunitygroups.org, jbsnigeria.com. These are opportunities that you can avail yourself. You do not have to be a member of the Covenant Nation to do that. And then the platform is the platform.
That is the platform for everything.
That is the platform. So, you know, just look out for information about us, you know, on Instagram. Just search for the Covenant Nation on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, X, you know, and you can find out more about the programs that are coming from what you can call the stables, you know, of the Covenant Nation. And so we can't end without celebrating, you know, our senior pastor, of the Covenant Nation Global, for this opportunity. You know, it's a collaboration. The CEO community group actually collaborated with the Platform Nigeria to push this out. And also, as it just whispered,
it's wedding anniversary today.
So a big shout out to Pastor Kojo and Pastor Tony. Happy wedding anniversary. Congratulations. We'll eat cake later. That will be later, you know. That's inside gist, all right? But again, it's been a pleasure being with you here. We'll allow you to have the rest of your Saturday to yourself. Please go over this, you know, it will be on there on YouTube. You can watch it again, you can listen to it again, you know, and make sure you take action. As Ndidi was saying, I think I remember it was Martin Luther King Jr. that said that if you cannot, you know, if you cannot fly, make sure you're walking. If you cannot walk, make sure you're crawling. But by all means, make sure you are moving. So we are saying, by all means, make sure you take action from the insights that you received from the Nigerian Economic Outlook 2026 Roundtable meeting here at the Covenant Nation in collaboration with the platform. God bless you. Have a great year.